the keynote. I just want to thank all of you. I want to thank the university, or the Lake University, the Carver, for hosting us yesterday. If you were there, it was a wonderful event, I think. What do y'all think? Some of you were there? And we had a great time, great poets, great fiction writers, overall, great people. What else? I want to thank my grad assistant. Where's Carter?
Right here.
Right there. I want to thank Dr. Carmona, Chris Carmona, CMAS, is the sponsor of the event. I want to thank the San Antonio, obviously the San Antonio Public Library, La Brava Press. I want to thank Irene, Clara Silva, and Janice Alanis, who also, in many ways, are sponsor this event. I want to thank, I feel like I just won like this major award. I just want to thank all my friends and all of you who are here, okay? So we got to get started, and the keynote today is by Sheila Black. She was the former director of Gemini Inc. And that's how I met her when I first got here to San Antonio in 2013. She was the first poet that I met. And, you know, it's been amazing to know her because through her, I have met wonderful people in the city. So with that said, I'm sure she'll tell you a bit more about herself. Sheila Black. By the way, this might be a little bit of an inconvenience, but you might want to hold the mic, because when I clip it...
You can't hear it.
Can you hear me?
No.
All right. So it's better if you like hold it like right here.
Okay. Hi everybody, I'm Sheila Black. I'm not sure what I tell you about myself. I'm small. I had the great honor of directing Gemini Inc. for about 6 years. And the other thing you should know is this is my very first experience pretty much doing a keynote. So I'm gonna blame Octavio, who's a good friend of mine. He said, you should come and do the keynote. And I said, wah! And I said, well, what will it be about? And he said, poets as troublemakers, which is kind of a great topic, right? Poets, especially, I might add, at this particular historical moment. So I started thinking about this whole question. Can everyone hear me? Am I holding the mic? Yeah. I started thinking about this whole question of poets as troublemakers, and it drove me back to Plato, because Plato, of course, famously expelled all poets from his kind of totalitarian but supposedly good republic that was going to be based, a republic founded entirely on principles of goodness and justice. And he said that poets couldn't be part of it. And as a poet, I was faintly insulted, even just knowing very little about why. So when I was asked to do this keynote, I decided to go back and look, why did Plato not like us poets? And by poets, by the way, I include all the wonderful fiction writers in the audience, because of course, back in the time of the ancient Greeks, there were no novelists. The novel was a form that had not been invented. So he really meant writers of fiction or lyric, or creative writers like all of us. Okay, so why did he not want us in his republic of philosopher kings? The first reason was, and I kind of love this reason, and I'm sure my friend Octavio will too, was that poets are too invested in pleasure. They're party animals, basically. And the dialogues with Socrates go into this in detail, and the general feeling is, if a poet can have a party, they will always have the party, stay up late with their friends talking and drinking, and they offend the principle of decorum, which was a big deal in the Republic. So that was the sort of entry reason. Poets also inflame passions in other people, and particularly the young. Plato says, you know, when people read poetry, they feel grief or they feel joy, they feel all these things, and they're not such good citizens at that point. The third reason was, in some ways, to me as a writer, the most interesting. It was that, of course, Plato said that you know, creative writing is an mimesis, it's the imitation of reality, right? And so there's a gap between what's real and what the writer makes up, right? And so he basically, in so many words, said poets lie. But as he goes on, you realize it isn't quite lying he's worried about. It's the slipperiness of poetry or fiction. It's the fact that there's never one meaning. He kind of complains, there's not, by the way, this is all in the form of a dialogue with Socrates. There's not one meaning in a poem, there's a couple of meanings. And that's troubling to him. So basically, he kicks the poets out. But I started thinking about this idea of lying. And I personally, you know, a poet, someone very invested in creative writing, thought, but we don't lie exactly. In fact, if anything, all the writers I know are kind of obsessed with telling the truth, right? Would you agree? And truth for a poet is a really interesting thing because often we're sort of like, it feels true or it feels right. But we all know as writers, when we feel we write something what we feel is false, which unfortunately happens to us a fair amount of time, or when we have that moment where something clicks and we feel as if we've said something true. And one of the fascinating things to me about being a writer is that that truth sometimes happens in terms of image or even sound. You know, the dialogue sounds true, or the poem has a series of images that feel as if they're revealing something. And so I thought more about that idea of troublemaking, and I also thought it's true also that even though the Republic was supposed to be a wonderful society, it was still a totalitarian society. And one of the things we see around the world is that writers are like the canary in a coal mine, right? Whenever you have a society that's kind of, for want of a better word, going over to the dark side, or the side of control, poets and writers are usually, without them even wanting to, some of the first people that offend that society. I recently, in my job in Arizona, had a visit from the poet Wang Jiaxin, who's a Chinese poet, very well known, and he was saying how he kind of felt like he ran afoul of his government, writing poems that he thought were not offensive at all. They were about his countryside, about fishing, about an evening with his wife, you know? And it's so interesting to me, and I thought it has to do, I think, that canary in the coal mine status with something about the kind of truth poems tend to tell. And so I was looking at a couple of ekphrastic poems recently, and one of them was, I'm going to tell a story of two poems that might illustrate a little bit what I mean. And the first is, and you can, I don't know how many of you have heard of this, but W.H. Auden in December 1938 wrote a poem called Musée des Beaux-Arts. It's one of the most famous ekphrastic poems. An ekphrastic poem is a poem about a visual work of art. Oh, is everyone still able to hear me? Yeah. And basically, he goes, you know, he's 31 years old, it's 1938. All across Europe, fascism is kind of rising, the dark clouds are gathering, et cetera, et cetera. And he goes for a visit to the Museum of Fine Arts in Brussels, where they have a lot of paintings by Bruegel, Peter Bruegel. And one of them is a painting called Landscape with the Fall of Icarus, which all by itself is kind of an interesting thing, because that's the fall of Icarus is, of course, Icarus has wings, his father makes him wings, he flies in the sky, he goes too close to the sun, his wings melt, and he descends and falls into the ocean and drowns. Sad story. But it's fascinating in Bruegel's painting that you see this whole canvas of people carrying on various activities, and you have to look hard to find Icarus. He's just two little legs sticking up out of the ocean in one corner. And so Auden begins his poem as follows. About suffering, they were never wrong, the old masters. How well they understood its human position. how it takes place while someone else is eating or opening a window or just walking dully along. So the poem is kind of about, well, it's about suffering. It's that pleasant poem that tells you right from the start what it's about. And what it says is very poetic and kind of complicated, because it says suffering is always happening in the world as we walk through. And how close that suffering is for us really depends on our perspective. The poem doesn't entirely provide any answers about, or messages, about what our response should be. For example, later in the poem he says, in Bruegel's Icarus, for instance, how everything turns away, quite leisurely from the disaster. The plowman may have heard the splash, the forsaken cry, but for him, it was not an important failure. The sun shone as it had to on the white legs disappearing into the green water, and the expensive, delicate ship that must have seemed something amazing, a boy falling out of the sky, had somewhere to get to and sailed calmly on. So the poem kind of talks about the way, we have a lot of questions that kind of result from our relationship to suffering, right? The poem is almost a room of questions. One is, should we always be, we need to be alert, we need to be seeing what's happening in the margins. The second thing perhaps the poem is saying is, we need to consider our human position. We need to always be aware we have a position, and it's in relationship to other things. And the poem also seems to be saying we have to figure out how to live and still, and this is where the writing part gets really exciting to me, because the end of that poem always moves me. And I've spent some time thinking about why. And I think part of it is that images always, and metaphor, and creative thought and language always carry with them meanings that aren't directly on the surface. They're sort of carried alongside, almost like barnacles on the side of a ship. So when we read that ending, and this is, I think, what troubled Plato, to go back. We're kind of sad because it's saying, there's suffering everywhere and we all see it and we ignore it. But it's also saying something much more complicated, which is that our heart kind of soars at that something amazing, a boy falling out of the sky. We think about Icarus, the image of Icarus, somebody flying up into the sun, We've all had our Icarus moments and our moments of falling. So we have this whole complicated set of almost contradictory emotions. We feel a lot of pleasure, even in what might be in some ways a sad or painful message. And that's one of the secrets of poetry, I think, and in some ways a secret of life. And what interests me also about this poem is that Auden was very concerned with the state of the world at the time he was writing these. And at about the same time he wrote Musée des Beaux-Arts, he wrote another poem that was actually more popular in his time. And that poem was called September 1, 1939. And unlike this poem, it dealt very directly with what was going on in the world, namely the rise of fascism, Hitler invading Poland, the fact that they were going to have to do all this stuff. And this poem, which was, as I said, much more hugely popular at the time, was a lot more of a sort of message poem. And its central lines that people quoted to each other went like this: there is no such thing as the state, and no one exists alone. Hunger allows no choice to the citizen or the police. We must love one another or die. Now you can well understand why this poem was probably the more popular of the two at the time, because it's sort of an easier message to get behind. War is bad. Love conquers all. We must love one another and die. But in the world of a poet, Auden came to feel, as in his own words, he came to actually didn't want to reprint this poem. He refused offers to put it in anthologies. He tried very hard to bury it, because he said it was inflicted with an incurable dishonesty. He didn't think it was true enough, which shows you that Plato might have been wrong that poets are just party animals who are happy with telling lies. But he felt it wasn't true enough, though he did think well of the Musée des Beaux-Arts, which comparatively opens more questions and feelings than gives easy solutions. And I guess what I would leave you with is thinking about why and what are the distinctions between those two kinds of truth, or that quality of truth. Another great poet, John Keats, who wrote one of the other most famous ekphrastic poems, Ode on a Grecian Urn, ends that poem, "Truth is beauty, beauty is truth, that's all you know and all you need to know." And I think that what the position of poets might be seen as is, poets are in some ways the natural enemies of totalitarian thought or practice. Because to be a poet and to work with language so closely, or to be a fiction writer and work with plot and how people behave so closely, tends to make you see that people are not so easily changed. There's a diversity often of motive, of feeling. Poets, I think, tend to be much more on the idea of the arc of the world, or that quote by Martin Luther King, I'm going to mess up, the arc of justice, the arc of life is long, but it tends toward justice. You know, that there's sort of a tendency, but that in some ways you can't force or predict what people entirely will do or feel. And also that human beings don't change that much, but they're always learning at least a little. But also that their feelings are a big part of their thought. Their experience is a big part of their thought. And so I thought I'd just close by saying that, to me, this is one of the great things of poetry, that we are, even when we're writing about, you know, a walk in the park, or we're writing a story that might be comic about people in our book group, we're still kind of hewing to that idea of a truth that is felt, right? And an experience that isn't easily categorizable. We're on the side of the room of questions and discovery. And that puts us in a position where, in some ways, we're the closest to what real multiplicity and perhaps a more complete picture of justice might ultimately look like. And I was thinking about all this because, of course, we are at a time of history right now, right here, where incredible things are happening that are terrible and perhaps wonderful, but also terrible. And we as writers have to think, well, how do we respond in our own ways? What do we do? And so I want to close by just reading this poem that I just came across. It's by Mahmoud Darwish. It's called In Jerusalem. And the reason and it's translated by Fadi Judah. And the reason I love it so much is it sort of does all the things I'm talking about. Because the other side of keeping open all possibilities is that poets are also kind of capable, and writers too, of making endless discoveries, right? By opening yourself to questions, you really do open yourself to the possibility of new insights and new kinds of life. So this poem, I've probably gone over my time. It's called In Jerusalem. In Jerusalem, and I mean within the ancient walls, I walk from one epoch to another without a memory to guide me. The prophets over there are sharing the history of the holy, ascending to heaven and returning less discouraged and melancholy, because love and peace are holy and are coming to town. I was walking down a slope and thinking to myself, how do the narrators disagree over what Light said about a stone? Is it from a dimly lit stone that wars flare up? I walk in my sleep. I stare in my sleep. I see no one behind me. I see no one ahead of me. All this light is for me. I walk, I become lighter. I fly, then I become another, transfigured. Words sprout like grass from Isaiah's messenger mouth. If you don't believe, you won't be safe. I walk as if I were another, and my wound, a white biblical rose, and my hands are two doves on the cross, hovering and carrying the earth. I don't walk, I fly. I become another, transfigured. No place and no time, so who am I? I am no I in Ascension's presence, but I think to myself, alone, the Prophet Muhammad spoke classical Arabic. And then what? Then what? A woman soldier shouted, "Is that you again? Didn't I kill you?" I said, "You killed me, and I forgot, like you, to die."
Hey, thanks everybody for being here, and thank you so much, Sheila, for that wonderful keynote presentation. It's certainly given us a lot to think about, and so I hope we can keep a lot of that in mind as we welcome our first reader up here for the day, Sasha West.
Yeah.
Right in the middle, okay.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine. There's these sparkly stars down here too, which is a treat for every reader. I love following that discussion at Musée des Beaux-Arts, Sheila, because I think a lot of this book that I'm going to read from, which is about climate change, came from feeling like climate change was Icarus and everything in our lives is telling us to look away. So really trying to stay looking without turning away, with the idea that that's the only way to find a way through. So I'll read 5 poems, or maybe 4. I'll check the time. Okay. Ode to Fossil Fuel. Without you, no paper in reams, no books with spines to break with use, no shirt whose blue I love against my husband's skin, eyes, no button from another country, no stitches programmed down his sides, no machine measuring my mother's heart while they cut the cancer out, no tomatoes in winter, no cheap wine, no wandering another country's streets for a few days, no drug mules, char in a child's lungs. No miles of highway, no fast enough to break a tumbleweed, no Christmas trees in desert, no rolling blackouts, no moving away from but still keeping family, no clean and running water, no toothbrushes, no antibiotics, no grandmother's face on the phone teasing my daughter, no ballet shoes, no hothouse flowers at our wedding, no train on my dress, no desire for a train on my dress. You have made us wealthy in goods and time. Without you, no cookbooks, no inflatable pool, no water guns, no smashing the bass at the end of a concert, no MTV, no Hollywood, no Hadron Collider. You have migrated the bees on the backs of trucks. You have made cement swimming pools, a million rubber ducks, and most of the toys my daughter loves. Without you, no life jackets, no mammograms, no gas masks, no napalm. No grandmother's farm in summer, no machines to replace bodies in the fields, no wind turbines on semis across the highways. We could have known who made every object in our house. No neatly cremated bodies behind the barbed wire, the buildings, no mercury rising through the city from their burned teeth. Without you, fewer mosquitoes, no almost instantaneous history of the world in light, no expansion to the coast. Without you, no mass market guns, no 3D printers, no ultrasound of the baby's body, no landscape as a staging area for designer clothes and purses, no taking someone's acres to tunnel or poison, no carnival rides, no ice and drinks, no selling the oil and mineral rights to leave something to the next generation. Without you, no wonder, no photos of the war, the wedding, no piñata favors, no artificial heart, no snooze button. Without you, no body doused in flames for protest, no flying back to say goodbye to my grandparents, no flying for the funerals, no casinos, no poems scattered in dead hard drives, no soldiers on the ships and submarines sent to the sea to war, no flag in ice, no recording under the ocean of song, no birth control pill in its oyster pink box, no women on the factory floor, no flammable nightgowns, flammable water, oil slick, yellow bright wellies, train explosion, paintings that smell like horses, fish from the ocean's middle, no quick shower before work, no Madame Curie's laboratory, no man on the moon, astronauts exploding in air, no World Trade Center, no World Trade Center falling, no fires in the oil spills, no fires in the oil fields, no oil spill in the water, no time down to the second, no glut of information, no newspaper on my phone, no cold waiting rooms, no pieces showing what it all adds up to. Here we are, an increased standard of living, fewer deaths in the factories, the mines, the fields, and now, bear down, the 6 extinctions crowning. The tragedy of the commons. I would have taken the antidote even if I knew it would mutate the virus. Daughter, I would have put it in your body. We will use up. I spread the mica on my eyelids to shine, while the mica mines went slowly dull. I hoarded the fruit to rot. I was in this a perfect representation of my species. Okay, and this is one of the 3 title poems, How to Abandon Ship. In the middle of life, I found myself in a dark wood. Was it church bells or bullets that rang out behind me? Inside, we ticked my daughter's height up the edge of the door. The church bells rang bullets out behind me. Outside, the floods ticked mud up the side of the door. A dark wood grew inside me. In the middle of life, I found myself in a darkened country. We lined our border in tear gas, guns, and cages. The data showed us how to evacuate democracy. The church rang out the hour of lead. The government called the fleeing an invasion, as if whiteness were a ship that was sinking. Did the word aberration inoculate us from the pattern? I told my husband it was a dream. He said it was the news. Our country's wealth was a ship sinking bodies. In the middle of lies, I foundered in a dark wood. It was drought, not war, that drove out the people. I could feel the old sublime strip the world bare inside me. The government refused to give the crisis its name. Like Rumpelstiltskin, the name held all its power. Fear unfurled like a spray of bullets. We'd given up using goat's blood to change our storms, our fate. Wasn't it enough to change all our light bulbs? The floods ticked down houses, one by one. The church rang out the hour of lead. Each year set more precedents for the unprecedented. My daughter was born in our sinking ship without asking. In the middle of life, I found myself in a dark wood. We are the accumulated heat of all people ever. I crawl my way back to that backwards thought. Our smallest choices make the weather. Okay, I'm gonna read 2 more poems. One of them is rather short. Both of them are haunted by Greeks, so Icarus, again, is a great beginning. One of them is thinking through what it was like to be Helen of Troy, who Homer says is the reason that 1,000 ships were launched for the Trojan War. And of course, then, she's just sitting on the side, watching things happen. And then the other, it's not really a Greek myth. I think it's just a philosophical problem, but it's the idea of the ship of Theseus. Does anyone know that? I'm seeing some nods. So basically, the idea is that Theseus leaves one coast for another on a ship, board rots and is replaced, then another board rots and it's replaced, and by the time he gets to the next coast, every piece of the ship is replaced. Is it the same ship? And as you kind of heard from that last poem, the ship in this book is colonialism and capitalism and climate change and civilization and all the hierarchies and silences. And that one's really short. This one is a little longer and starts with a quote from Homer's Iliad by Anne Carson. Proximity. In her chamber, weaving a great cloth, double-folded and red, and she sprinkled into it the many contests of horse-taming Trojans and bronze-clad Aegeans, which for her sake they were suffering at the hands of Ares. And then this is the poem. Helen chose, no, Homer chose for Helen, red cloth to receive men's battle blood, violence folded neatly into the world woven, doubled like a mirror. Homer's telling chose Helen as war's caused from afar. I tried to inhabit Helen's mind. Every fallen body marked by named by messenger was hers, like the president, whose words become troops, whose troops become casualties. Lincoln owned in his letter every grief the nation chose. No, the griefs reported. No president wrote to the parents of every man enslaved. Their bodies made the nation. If the cotton was white and the plantation owners were white and the historians were white and the paper was white, then the violence bleaches into its backdrop like the blood spilled in Helen's red cloth that is red. What was it for her to hold not bow or sword, but needle, to pull red thread through the warrior's breastbone? No flag folded into a triangle carries all bodies home. Its spear point hangs on the hearths of the grieving, a medal in public mourning. If you are thinking, no, I hold no official rank, my choices call no troops, then look how thinking hides a king in it, or how the world makes from raw your money. No, we enter the Volta, disaster the next normal. Close by, photos of floods in the newspaper. Close by, refugees in a convention center. No, we could have called them neighbors. Klein says the illusion of proximity, coupled with the reality of distance, allows us to pretend our dry feet mean safety, that there is no long chain between my steering wheel, clear gray smoke, and the deluge, no long chain between this plastic milk jug, the oil that made it, and heat poured over the earth. Such a long way between my shirt and the child's hands sewing. Such a long way between purchase and poison, between steam engine and catastrophe. Surely my hands don't scatter these bodies into the field. It is a great cloth we keep folding and sprinkle into it our bodies in the white stripes, other bodies in the red. We have lived in the illusion those stars were a crown. No, the stars were pinned to arms and pickup trucks. No, the stars were barbed wire tangling. No, I have kept silent in my room, making things, images of what has fallen across the earth, the inevitable crest of a long, red history. No, like Helen, clothing the battlefield in beauty. No, my imagination inscribes it. No, to commemorate means to remember together the same story. No, stop, so we can plant our flag in yet another country's horses, pipelines. No, so we can take down another man's sternum with red thread. Octavio, Carter, Lady of the Lake, I'm so happy to be here. I can't wait to hear poetry today. I'm so glad I'm first that I can sit and listen. The Ship of Theseus. The sailor planing the wood to replace the single plank began the remade ship. The ship was static, the ship skimmed the water. Start again, a blade revising a single plank. Thank you.
Now, before we move on to our next reader, I just want to remind everybody that we are live streaming the event. So if you have friends, family, or folks at home that want to tune in, getting those views really goes a long way, helping us grow and spread this festival. So please direct anybody that you'd like to tune in to the VersoFrontera YouTube channel. With that said, I'd like to welcome our next reader to the stage, Juan Tejeda.
Yeah. Just a clip on. It is, yeah.
It doesn't look very
It doesn't work very well.
good.
Well, that's great because I need my hands to hold my book. Is the clock running?
Yeah. You get tired?
Let me see how this will work. Ah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It doesn't really work, does it? It does?
We hear you.
All right, good. So good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Juan Tejeda, and this is my primo hermano, Dr. Armando Tejeda. He's a professor of education at Texas A&M University San Antonio. So we have a quickie presentation here, 15 minutes. My wife, Anissa Nofre, and I are the publishers and owners of Aztlán Libre Press over there on the corner. We have published 16 books, specializing in indigenous Chicanx literature and art. I just recently began an imprint of Aztlán Libre Press called Yanaguana Press. We have our first publication, our inaugural publication. So when you have a chance, come on over to the table there in between sets of readings here. Today, I'm going to be reading a couple of excerpts from my new book, Mi Carnal Frank, a family memoir and biography of Frank Mariano Tejeda Jr., of U.S. Congressman Frank Mariano Tejeda Jr., 1945 to 1997. This was published by Flower Song Press out of McAllen, Texas, our good friend Edward Vidaurre. So thank him and thank Flower Song Press. We've been on a tour lately promoting the book since the spring, and we just got back. I've had an event every day this week since Friday. We were in Ohio Friday, if you can believe that. First time we've been in Ohio. My brother, this is, carnal means brother. It can be both blood brother, or just like if you're calling somebody a brother, like Armando is mi carnal, right? Carnala is sister. So mi carnal Frank was a state representative from the south side of San Antonio for 10 years, and then a Texas state senator for 6 years, and then a U.S. congressman for 6 years when he passed away in 1997 at the age of 51. So I began writing this book, or at least doing research on this book in 2006. I stopped for 10 years till I retired in 2016. Then I started doing more research, interviews with family members and good friends of Frank. I, of course, asked my mom, Lidia Cisneros Tejeda, to give me all the photos and documents that she had, and she kept everything from all of us. So in this book, there are 127 photos, family photos, photos I got from other friends, documents, and even the actual letters that Frank wrote my mom from Vietnam. He was a Marine Corps Vietnam vet that got the Silver Star, the Bronze Star, and the Purple Heart. He was a brilliant individual, I think not just because he was my brother, but because he was. We went to St. Leo's Catholic School in the south side, then he went to Harlandale High School in the south side of San Antonio. And at Harlandale, he experienced a lot of racism and a lot of violence. He was there from 1959 to 1963. He could have been killed or been sent to prison. Many were killed and were sent to prison at that time. And he was a product of this urban Pachuco Chicano culture that was developing here in these cities like San Antonio. He was the first generation of Chicanos who were raised in the city. My parents were the first generation to move from the ranches on the south side of San Antonio into Harlandale in the big city. He dropped out of high school. His senior year, he's about ready to graduate because he punched out a very racist gringo assistant principal, Ridman. He never returned to school. He joined the Marine Corps. He was sent to Vietnam in 1965, as I mentioned, Silver Star, Bronze Star, Purple Heart. He came back. He went to St. Mary's University here on the GI Bill, got a degree in government and political science, got a full ride to the University of California in Berkeley, Boalt Hall School of Law, got married over there when he was a sophomore. He went to officer's candidate for the Marine Corps when he was in law school at Berkeley. He scored the overall highest score in the history of the Marine Corps. He won all 4 awards that officer's candidate school gave him. After he graduated from law school, he came back and immediately ran for a state representative position from the South Side that no Mexican American or Chicano had ever won in that district. He beat this 10-year millionaire incumbent, Tony Dramberger, served for 10 years as state representative. During those 10 years, he went and got a Master's of Public Administration from Harvard and then a Master's of Law from Yale. He then won his first term for state senator, served 6 terms, and then U.S. congressman for 6 terms. At the time, under President Clinton, where they were closing and realigning the bases, the military bases. Here in San Antonio, we have 6 military bases. This is Military City, USA. So for those 6 years that he was in Congress, he tried to stave off these closures because here in San Antonio, these military bases, and as I say in the book, really created the Mexican-American middle class. We had a lot of civilian employees. What's that? Oh no. Was she waving at me?
No, sorry.
Sorry, yeah, no, that's okay. I just saw somebody going.
Sorry.
So, I'm going to read a couple of excerpts. I mean, you really have to read it to get the full, I contextualize our family and our abuelos and abuelas for generations here on the south side of San Antonio, and then tell my parents' story and all of Frank's life from birth to death. But I'm going to read just 2 excerpts, and then my cousin and I are going to play a couple of songs that are related to the book. The whole book starts, in fact, I'm going to read the very beginning and the very end. The introduction starts like this. Mi carnal Frank Mariano Tejeda Jr. was something else. Our oldest brother, a son, father, native San Antoniano, decorated Marine Vietnam veteran, lawyer, Texas state representative, Texas senator, and U.S. congressman when he died in 1997 at age 51. He was all of that y mucho más. And while he passed away at a relatively young age, he left a lasting legacy as a public servant, leader, and legislator who developed a strong and influential political alliance known as the Southside Coalition, who some call the Southside Mafia or the Brown Mafia, and who for almost 20 years was considered one of the most powerful Mexican-American Chicano politicians that San Antonio and Texas have ever known. I gave you a brief kind of little run. It's divided into our family context and then the early years, then his years at St. Leo's Catholic School for 8 years, 4 years at Harlandale High School, St. Mary's, the Marine Corps, St. Mary's. It's in sort of chronological order, linear here, and I did that very intentionally. I end the book with this afterword, and where I'm remembering my brother Frank and some of the things that I remember him by. And it ends like this. That's the way I will remember mi carnal Frank, always helping others and helping us. Como nos enseñó a amar y gramos cisneros. Haz el bien y no mires a quién. I remember Frank as always wanting the best for all of his children, his familia, and his community. I remember his smile, his wit and will, his discipline and intensity. I remember his intelligence and sense of justice. He was an inspiration and example for all of us, especially when it came to the importance of getting a good education and his espíritu de servicio to nuestra comunidad. He wanted us to succeed and excel. We didn't always measure up, and that was all right, as long as we did our best. I remember I used to steal some of his Aramis aftershave or cologne when I'd go out on dates in high school. I still have a bottle of Aramis on my dresser and use a dab or two on occasion. I used a couple of dabs today for y'all. The smell of Aramis always reminds me of Frank. I remember how his Marine Corps green fatigued uniforms and khaki pants dressed me during the University of Texas in Austin and Chicano movement years of the 1970s. They were a little high water on me, but I made them work with my huaraches and botas. I remember in the early 90s when Frank was a state senator and our familia built and owned a little restaurant on Pleasanton Road called Aztlan Café, where we had live music and poetry. Frank would drop by right before closing time, around midnight, to check up on us and see how we were doing. I remember his final race for US Congress after his brain surgery, after radiation treatments and chemotherapy, when he had lost most of his hair. Armando and I were playing some acoustic accordion y bajo sexto conjunto music at one of the events at his campaign headquarters, and Frank was standing there with some primos hermanos and friends listening to the music. In between tunes, he asked us to play the song Ya Volví de Vietnam, about a young Chicano soldier returning from war with a heavy heart. As we sang the verse that says, Llegó ese día desdichado y no me olvido, que nos echaron una lluvia de balazos. Cayó mi amigo agonizando y me decía, amigo mío, quiero morir en tus brazos. Frank began to cry silently. I could barely sing. I remember how I inherited the first Rolex watch that Frank bought when he returned from Vietnam and was attending St. Mary's University and working at Sanyo. He gave that watch to our father, who wore it for many years. When Daddy died in 1987, Ama gave it to me with a broken crystal and busted band. I wear his watch to this day. It's hard to believe that he's been gone now for 27 years. It still hurts. I miss him. So that song that I speak about here in that last paragraph, Ya Volví de Vietnam, I returned from Vietnam, is a song that we're going to play for you now. And I'm going to medley into El Corrido de Frank Tejeda. The Ballad of Frank Tejeda was written in 1986 when he won his first race for Texas State Senator. The book is written primarily in English, but there's various passages in Spanish. At the end of the book, all of the Spanish is translated into English, and also the Chicano, Caloa, and indigenous words that I use in the book. Ya Volví de Vietnam and El Corrido de Frank Tejeda. 1, 2, 3. Ya volví de Vietnam, amigos míos, con la voluntad de Dios vengo a decir que no vengo dichoso ni contento, traigo una pena que mucho me hace sufrir. Un amigo de mi barrio muy querido, con la suerte que los dos fuimos a dar al mismo campo de batalla allá en Vietnam. Con rifle en mano nos metieron a pelear. Pasamos tiempos
paso al lado, peleando en contra de esos otros traicioneros. Volaban balas y granadas por el cielo, y caminando y avanzando esos senderos. Llegó ese día desdichado y no me olvido que nos echaron una lluvia de balazos. Cayó mi amigo agonizando y me decía: amigo mío, quiero morir en tus brazos. Dile a mi madre y a mi novia que no lloren, y a mis amigos que no pierdan la esperanza. Lleven en su alma ese fino recuerdo de un fiel amigo que con Dios en paz descansa. El día 4 de noviembre nunca se me va a olvidar. Fue elegido en San Antonio un hombre de autoridad. Fray Pejeda se llamaba y era del negro Sausal. Lanzó para el Senado del Distrito 19, que él quería representar, va a enseñar que sí se puede. Su amigo Pancho decía: Frank, que les vas a ganar a toditos los güeritos que te han querido parar. Pegueda le contestó: Francisco, tú eres mi amigo, esos de Corte Suprema y todos mis enemigos nunca me van a parar. Yo digo lo que yo digo. Se lo decía: hijo de mi corazón, te lleno de bendiciones a que ganes tu elección y sigas para adelante con la ayuda del Señor. Madrecita de mi vida, gracias por su bendición. Si la gente se decide, yo saldré de ese lado. La gente de San Antonio, con mucha sinceridad, eligieron a Tejeda para que haya igualdad y se asegure el destino Juan Tejeda, un servidor. Thank you. We have Frank's book over there and some other books for us, lovely through press and some t-shirts. Thank you. I want to do a little bit of music because, you know, too many talking. I love poetry so much.
Yeah, we definitely want to thank you guys so much for bringing not just your music here, but those stories, which is really what VersoFrontera is all about, is highlighting stories that otherwise people might not have had the opportunity to hear. So with that said, I'd like to introduce our next writer, who I'm not sure that I've seen here yet, Rodney Gomez. Are you around? Okay, Rodney Gomez is experiencing travel difficulties, so if it's okay with everybody else, we'll move on to our next featured prisoner, Nan Cuba.
Hi. I'm thrilled to be here, and boy, this has been a great start. Hasn't it been wonderful? I have been so enthralled. Way to go, Sheila. It was just fascinating, what we just heard, and the poet we heard.
I'm sorry, Nan, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. We've never met before, and I'm so impressed. That was really, really wonderful. I'm Nan Cuba, and guess what? I'm a fiction writer. You ready for some fiction?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to, wait, before I do that, I want to thank Octavio and Carter. Carter was actually a student of, I used to teach here, and I feel like I've come home. And Carter was an undergraduate student of mine, and I knew then that he was a talented writer. Carter, where are you? Oh, you're right here. Carter, I've been trying to tell him. We're going to be seeing a lot from him in the future, too. So I'm glad you're here, Carter. Now, I'm going to read an excerpt from a novel. The name of the novel is Menace Between. And the excerpt I'm going to read is from the point of view of a woman whose name is Adele. And Adele was a third grade teacher who was not happy in her job. And so when she could afford it, she quit teaching and she started publishing small pieces in local publications, hoping that someday she could launch as a journalist. Her brother, whose name is Reese, is a sheriff. And when a man ended up in the Bandera, Texas jail, and he started confessing to hundreds of murders, then her brother Reese got Adele an interview with this man, which was very exciting to her because she felt like this might be her chance to go national and launch her career. So it's very important to her. The only glitch is not only has she never interviewed a killer, she's never even been to a jail. And the brother Reese tries to persuade her not to go, but she is hell-bent. This means everything to her. You're also going to hear mentioned her husband's name. He's Aaron. And they have a daughter who's in the 5th grade. Her name is Olivia. The only other thing you need to know is that her father was a psychiatrist, and that's also going to be mentioned. Let's see if I can manage all of this. I think I can. Okay, this is Adele. Adele, and the killer's name is Clayton Biddle. Clayton Biddle sat next to the smudged back wall at the end of what looked to Adele like a school lunch table. His unhandcuffed hands held a styrofoam cup. His orange jumpsuit reminded her of chain gangs. He watched while she walked in. The deputy sat on a commercial metal folding chair behind the prisoner, then leaned his head against the faded wall, ready for a morning nap. "Hello, Mr. Biddle," she said, not flinching as she sat at the other side of the table. "Thank you for agreeing to talk to me. Would you mind if I record this?" She glanced at her navy slacks and yellow striped jacket that now reminded her of a prisoner's uniform. Why hadn't Reese warned her about what to wear and not? Clayton nodded. He sat back, holding the cup, rocking in his swivel chair. With his curly hair, lift-eyed glare, the glassed one drooping, and caterpillar brows, he could have been a skinny, oversized high schooler checking the room. Wiry was the word that came to mind. Wiry hair, wiry brows, wiry arms, wiry shifting around. He smelled funky, but wasn't what she'd expected. Reese had said Clayton left snatched kids in Mexico, white slavery ring. "You've mentioned a sheep ranch across the border," Adele said, "and the girls you took there. You know who lived in the house?" "Never known that. I used to drop kids there, but I ain't never got out the car." Smiling, he glanced at the deputy, hoping to share an inside joke. His stained hands massaged the padded chair arm. He sipped from his cup, the coffee's almond aroma conjuring family, normalcy, the contrast making Adele wonder what he thought of her. "Why'd you do it?" she asked. "Paid for gas. I was on the move." "How many would you say you left there?" 50, maybe, more or less. 5, 6 at a time. Blondes mostly. Didn't keep no count. $500 a load. Adele's pen scooted across her notebook page, papers rattling. He aimed his good eye like a spyglass. "You ain't used to being around people like me, is you?" Was he making fun of her, she wondered? "You are my first kidnapper." "I mean lowlifes. Bet you educated." "I'm sorry, did I say something to offend you?" she said. Clayton grinned. "Nah, I was just kidding." "In fact," she said, "my mother worked for NASA." Sad story. Dad made her quit. Whenever he introduced her, he said she didn't work. Clayton frowned. "Boo-hoo," he said, and glanced at the deputy. "I ain't never seen no clothes like the ones you're wearing." "You a bumblebee," he laughed. "Look it, I ain't stupid. Everybody's tree, even yours. You're going to find somebody crooked as me." His head tilted, angling his vision. "I dares you." "Okay, you're right," she said. "My great-grandfather, his will lists women and children as property. I understand you better than you think." As soon as the words came out, Adele regretted them. She'd actually hoped they could connect. Reese had warned against sharing anything personal. Now she understood why. Clayton winked at the deputy, who stone-faced him. "That there's too easy," he said. "You don't get it. You got to look closer to home." Reese had told her to pelt Clayton with questions, so here they came. "How'd you get the girls into your car?" she asked, thinking he'd scare her students. Maybe he'd say something she could warn people about, like not to come across as clueless or wear clothes that made you stand out. "Just call them over," he said. "Nothing to it, really." He smiled, showing gaps in his mouth of broken teeth. "Or pick up runaways. Average kid don't have a home life." He crossed his legs, dusted his thigh where a tear started along a crease in his jumpsuit. "In a way, those kids is me. I was picking on myself." Adele imagined Olivia clutching her toy wand in his back seat. "You ever think about the parents?" she asked. "I block it out of my mind." Clayton's ready answers were making her feel like a pro. He lit a Pall Mall, casual as an afterthought. "But are you helping to get them returned?" she asked. A buzzer sounded. A radio in the front office played Willie singing about time slipping away. "No point in that. Best forget. Nobody gonna find those kids." He clicked his tongue. They gone. Adele looked down at her tablet, needing a moment to process that. Clayton watched as she caught her breath while pretending to underline and circle, finishing with a dramatic stab at the page. There's a black book would tell about the drop-offs, he said, taking a drag, blowing smoke toward the watermarked ceiling tiles. The cultize with, its services in the Everglades, that's there. The sacrifices, the crucifixions, the knife trainings I led. He set down the coffee cup, almost tipping it over. I's the one got poisoned to Jimmy Jones, you know, for his Kool-Aid. Clayton was testing her. You talked to the sheriff about it, right? He don't believe me, thinks I'm a liar. He threw himself forward, orange coming at her, his elbows thumping the table, making her jump. But why'd I do that? Clayton had confessed to killing his mother, but hated being called a liar. Talking to a crazy person was hard, and Adele was having trouble keeping up. The Lord told me to tell everything, so that there's what I'm doing. He pulled on another drag, then described a bright light that had appeared in his jail cell. It started humming, and Jesus himself said, confess, and I'm going to forgive you. Then something's touching my shoulder. He glanced at the deputy, then took another drag while staring at her. He could have been Homer singing history around a campfire, except he was a sociopath. Adele wondered if he was putting on a show. No, he believed Jesus had appeared. She was convinced. Is that when you tried to commit suicide? Reese had told her. Jesus must have come then. A breakdown, she guessed. No, that come after. My confession, that is. I gave it first. So you admit you're a murderer? Clayton stubbed his cigarette in a full plastic ashtray. Got used to doing it, killing. His hand shook as he lit another. The lights say confess, so you the one I'm telling. Why me? First off, you smart. He leaned forward. I help you, you gives it back. He brushed the table with his free hand, clearing away ash or crumbs, something she couldn't see. How's that? The truth. You make sure to get it out. Somehow he knew what Adele wanted. I'm going to hold you to that. She was ready to give as well as get. What do you mean when you say you got used to killing? Her father was a traditionalist and would say the cause was biological, with no reason to assume a psychological or social source. But couldn't that be in combination with something else, she wondered? He'd laughed at her high school essay, saying an organism was dependent on the genes' interaction with their environment. But what about John Hinckley trying to impress Jodie Foster by shooting President Reagan? Or Charles Whitman picking off people from the UT Tower? Would a brain tumor alone make somebody do that? It a way of life, he said, a way I done chose. He took another puff, his movements with the cigarette and coffee adding to their conversation. Adele wondered if his sipping and smoking were part of an act. You consciously decided to kill people? Plural, she thought, more than one. Yeah, it was family hatred. He glanced at his mechanic's hands, at the institutional wall. Back when I was a kid, I was treated like a dog. My mom, that is. Dad, he gives me nickels when he could. He squeezed the Formica table edge. Had to steal, make bootleg liquor, eat out of a garbage can, watch prostitution till I was 13. Since then, started doing everything I could think of to get away from it all. He sipped his cooled coffee, set down the cup, turned it in circles. Are victims real to you? Adele leaned over her tablet, not wanting to look. At the time, no. I can see myself there committing the crime, but I can't see the person. I couldn't tell you which side of the street I was on back then. I stayed on dope. I stayed on alcohol before ever killing. His voice flattened. Except Mom. Adele tried to write each word, a robot scribble, a kid scrawl. Would you describe your victims? A barefoot woman waving a sheet of paper trotted past. Females mostly. Ain't nobody care when she a black. Why would they? Part of my strategy. He rocked in his chair. More than 2? 3? Adele sat across from a killer who hated women, and the deputy's eyes were closed. His mouth hung open. Aaron would tell her to leave. 100? He was teasing her again. You killed 100 black women? They ain't all black, no, but most. Some males, a few. Reason said Clayton's mother was a Seminole. Not black, but close enough, Adele thought. Aren't you worried about being found guilty? He brushed his orange pants again. I tried to end it, the killing, he said. Now they got to kill me for me. You want the death penalty? I can do it, yeah. Adele believed him and wondered what the sheriff thought. What about your experiences with law enforcement? I was beat in prison, shot by law enforcement. He sat back, his voice a practiced monotone. I told them what I'd do if I got out. They don't care. Got 2 the same day, I was dumped. He tapped his cigarette on the ashtray and took a drag. You killed 2 people near the prison, she said. He nodded. Got so I didn't care about life. Where'd you go? Would have went to one of my sisters, but they kept lying about me. That's the reason I just started into killing fully and didn't stop. He fidgeted with his cup. What about how you're treated now? I want to make one thing clear. My confessions is real. Have you told Sheriff Hamer all this? He gave me my coffee and cigarettes, so I drawed some pictures. He wiped his watery glass eye, raked his finger across the back of his jumpsuit. What kind of pictures? Would you draw me one? She said, cool as Carl Bernstein. Clayton outlined a woman's narrow face. Small eyes appeared, and he shaded them. Then a nose, a thin-lipped mouth. Dark tips of a ponytail lay on her shoulder. When stripes appeared on the jacket, Adele's breath caught. The jailer announced that her hour was over, so Clayton handed her the sketch like it was a secret contract. She walked down another hallway covered with bulletins about felons and missing children, including one with the blurry photo of a girl about Olivia's age. Thank you.
Right, again, I've got to say another tremendous thank you to a woman, a fantastic writer. I'm happy to know her not as Professor Cuba anymore, but as Nan. Having said that, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break here if everybody's okay. I just want to remind everybody we've got books for sale in the back, lots of art available. We've got food and drinks too. So please, if you want to get up, stretch your legs, walk around a little bit, and check out what we got in the back, and we'll meet back here in 10 minutes.
Oh, y'all need energy drink, huh? So what'd you think of the hotel?
Still want to be in Colorado.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm still reading from the Christine. This is part reading by the first time in my life. We would have come very high.
Yeah.
It's gonna get worse now. Testing, testing. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Please buy my book. Buy everybody's book.
Buy all the books.
Buy all the books. Hey y'all, I think we're gonna get started again. We wanna kind of stick to the time more or less, you know. We got some wonderful writers coming out. Hey, good to see you. I want to thank some of my students who are here, who are taking my fiction class or my poetry class. Oh, crap, I forgot we were live streaming. I'm not saying anything crazy. My boss is probably watching me, like, okay, Octavio, that's all I needed to get you fired. So, up next, we have Carter, and he's going to introduce the next set of writers. So, give it up for Carter.
You don't have to keep clapping for me, guys. Okay, I'm pretty humble. Keep me that way. Keep me in check a little bit. But no, now that we've kind of got up, stretched our legs a little bit, we'll go ahead and kick off this next block of excellent writers. The first one coming up is going to be Carmen Gray.
Yeah.
This is kind of awkward, but I'll try to do it. Oh, here. Can you all hear me okay? Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Octavio. My name is Carmen Gray, and man, because I'm a third grade teacher. Oh, but I'm not going to go interview any killers, however. Sí, gracias. Yo soy una maestra bilingüe in Austin, Texas, and I'm also a writer. I write fiction, I write poetry, and this is a little book that I put together after my daughter, who's sitting right here, survived cancer, and it was 10 years ago. So I recorded a lot of things that were going on, and I put them together later on. But I'll start. So I'm going to go backwards. I put this is kind of the ending of it. Why poetry explained. My poetry is influenced by nature, math, science, and art. I had an opportunity to study Emily Dickinson at Amherst in the summer of 2017 when I won a grant for the National Endowment for the Humanities. She has always been interesting to me, both her writing and her life, and I resonated with the way in which she observed time and moments of being with a great reverence for the minute and the mundane. My Mexican-American heritage also plays a part in my writing, as does my personal journey in mothering a teen who survived cancer, and another who was on a transgender journey. I've been to hell and back in many ways that most people understand, but not all people are willing to admit. Here I stand alive and willing to share my stories with the world. I know that my stories have helped others understand their own. I hear this again and again when I lay myself down with the metaphorical on the metaphorical table and allow myself to peel away the layers for all to see. When I write poetry, I channel the anguish, the deep sense of compassion that I have experienced on the path. I tap into a greater cosmic consciousness and a realm outside of this three-dimensional reality. I've written as long as I can remember. Poetry is just how I think. It is my therapy and my lifeline. And while I went through watching my 13-year-old daughter fighting for her life, I could not control the outcome. The interesting thing I learned is that no one is really in control of anything. We like to think we are. It helps us feel steady to think that we plan everything just so, and it will unfold
as we imagine it will. But life is not that way, and for many, it certainly was not for me. I was schooled in how to slow down, way down by the cancer. In the in-between times, there is no future. There is only now. And in the now, everything becomes heavy, the movements fluid and gentle as you flow, with, as opposed to against, time. Sometimes when you are in the underwater-like existence, you experience otherworldly latitudes. Once, when I could not comfort my sweet daughter during an agonizing bout of anxiety that her cancer might return, I experienced this very phenomena. She was 2 months into remission. I had to go to work. I did everything to comfort her. She was facing her own fears, and I could not allay them. The fierceness of a mother to protect and shelter her offspring is hardly unique. But this fierceness went beyond the 5 senses, because there are senses that lie unawakened in all of us, until such a moment presents itself for its stirring. I thought of my vulnerable daughter. When I arrived at work, I felt compelled to write a poem for her. The words fell easily onto the page. As I finished my last line, she called me. Mom, you're standing at the end of my bed. What? I asked her, still in my poem daze. I'm pinching myself, but you're here, looking at me. I smiled a smile the old mystics must have known intimately. Yes, I'm with you. I told you, mother's love is just that strong. I conjured ourselves together with words. Emily Dickinson was right. There's nothing mundane about the small things. There are greater worlds to explore in the depths of minutiae, all around us, every day, and that is how I move through my life. So I'm going to read to you the poem I wrote. It's called Pet Scan. Pet Scan. Whirring noises are the sounds of birds in flight, the cold air, a misty San Francisco morning, and the depths of summer. Prayers whispered to whoever, while my hand touches the soft fuzz of her delicate hair. Delicate shell, the inverse of her being, her soul, her unconquerable spirit. We are not in that sterile place of radioactive inspection. We are in our own private world where time and beauty bless us with their perfect embrace. And then I'll read you something that I wrote. Yeah. I think it's at the end of the journey. Blessed are those, January 2nd, 2015. You are blessed, I often hear, especially recently. But I think that can be misconstrued because it implies that those who suffer more are not blessed. And what runs through my mind is that there could easily be a better person than myself that has a much harder life. And I'm not above anyone else around me to have more anguish spared in my life. I do not believe, even if I do all the right things, that I will be granted immunity from all of life's misfortunes. Because if you take a look around you, that's not the way it works. I think blessed are those who recognize that life is an absurd mystery and still trudge on with a smile on their crumpled face, still have love in their broken heart and a warrior's determination, yet guiding their soul. Maybe I'm blessed because I'm resilient, but I am only resilient because of the love and kindness that surrounds me from others in my life, which means everyone could be blessed in this definition of it if they were shown love and kindness too. Thank you. Let me see, I have a couple more. I'll read. She wept, and each salt-filled drop contained pieces of her, a uniquely composed momentary release of cells on the verge of elapsed time. Recalling an ending, opening the space for the conception of pieces of her, arranged by her, with her, for her, and that when that moment dies, it is a pre-death with liquid attendance, saying farewell with love. Pearl. The future is yours, my darling. An open field that runs horizontal to your brightest light that reflects, spread out from the prism of your mind. Perhaps you couldn't see it, my love, obscured by its very enormity, or your own, running past the well-formed heather. Pearl white, emblem of luck and protection. It matters not the tumbles taken, my darling, only that you keep pressing onward, with certain pauses along the way, for even in hushed stillness lies undeniable evolution. Here. Tiny golden slippers. Let her be so strong that the shiny strings of longing no longer draw her in. Let her echo a resistance to all of the fear-mongering, and that it's laughable in her brilliance. Let her be so wise that her wings lift her to the skies to see the earth with both discerning eyes. Let my mistakes teach her, speak quietly to her heart and gently, carefully reach her, so that she may with grace part from any notion of dreams withheld. And lastly, may she break that last pair of tiny golden slippers worn for others' sakes. Motherhood. Spots of blood that were a scare. I was full of milk and longing, her sustaining little lives, belonging, and all of those early sunshine days of playfulness, of exhaustion too, and the middle years became filled with tears and cuts, the broken hearts, the diagnosis of the starts of illnesses that had always lingered quietly inside, like a spring that hadn't yet been let to fly. And when it did, it was as if I was woke to the world anew. The hardships grew, the steps I tripped, the moments slipped. Was I fit for motherhood? How dare she be so flawed and free? Doesn't she know better? Why can't she stay as she was forever, contained, clipped, all neat and zipped? I heard some ask, false smiles, mask, the bullshit stationary yearning of others. I am not monochromatic in the realm of mothers. I'm wider than one frequency of light to pass on more than what was before. And that is what those breasts knew, and that womb that held them to. It's what my soul understood before the future layers of motherhood.
Thank you, Carmen. I really want to praise that reading. There's a very special difficulty that I find comes from reading poetry whenever some of the subjects of the poems are in the audience. It's one of the reasons why I disallow my parents to ever come to events like this where I'm going to be.
And I have to say, I did get permission.
Well, that's even fantastic. Thank you for allowing her to share with us.
Before, so it was
Perfect. With that said, I think we'll go ahead and invite our next reader to the stage, who's coming from, I believe, Trinity University, Andrew Porter.
Can you hear me? Okay. I want to thank Octavio for putting this together. It's lovely to see a lot of familiar faces here, and I'm just thrilled to be here today. So I was going to read something from my most recent book, which is a collection of stories called They Disappeared, which is on sale over there. But I decided to actually read something a little bit newer, and so I'm going to read from a story that was published last spring in Texas Monthly in collaboration with the literary journal American Short Fiction, which is in Boston. And this is a story called The Letters, and I'm just going to read from the beginning of it. And it's about a guy whose mother is getting a little bit older and has decided to start writing letters to all the important people in her life and sends them to him to proofread. So that's the basic premise, but I think that's what you need to know. My mother has been sending me letters lately. These are not letters intended for me, but rather letters she has been writing to various people in her life. Important influences, she calls them. Relatives, friends, former classmates, co-workers. She's been writing 2 or 3 letters a week and sending them off to me via email to look over and then send back to her with comments. You're a professor, she tells me. You know the right way to put these things. She says that she wants me to be brutally honest with her, to pull no punches, but I rarely have anything negative to say. These letters are beautiful, after all. Not only beautifully written, but filled with genuine emotion, honesty, thoughtfulness, insight. Each one is like a little portrait of her relationship with that person, a kind of love letter or a letter of thanks. And I rarely have anything substantive to say beyond praise. They're gorgeous, Mom, I'll tell her, so moving. Anyone would be lucky to get one of these. And I mean it. But my mother doesn't believe me. She often sends them back a second time or a third to get more feedback, more comments. It's only just recently that I've come to recognize that these are goodbye letters, letters of departure, of gratitude and closure, a way of tying a positive little bow on each relationship, should she never speak to that person again. She's 84, and though I can understand the inclination to some degree and even the urgency, my mother is in perfectly good health and nowhere near the end of her days, at least according to her doctors. I want to do this while my mind is still lucid, she said to me the other day on the phone when I brought it up. I don't want to wait until it's too late. I said nothing to this at first. I have a hard time responding when my mother gets macabre. But after a moment, I reminded her that her own mother had lived well into her 90s and that it was hardly time to start hanging the crepe. She was quiet then for a while. My mother lives in Southern California in the same tiny duplex apartment she and my father had lived in before his death a few years earlier. And sometimes when she's quiet on the other end of the line like this, I feel the distance between us and the loneliness of her life. Have you talked to Catherine recently? She said after a moment. We don't talk, I said. I mean, we talk about the kids, but that's it. It's such a shame, she said, as if she were speaking to someone else and not me. She was so good for you. This is a common theme lately, my ex-wife's flawlessness, one that my mother seems unwilling to relinquish. I'm very happy, I said. What's her name again? Erin. Yes, she said, and she paints. She's a sculptor, I said. A professor of sculpture too, actually. How can you be a professor of sculpture, she said, as if she were not talking to me. I remember the days when art was made, not taught. I have to go, Mom, I said, looking at my watch. I have to get to school for a meeting. You have so many meetings. That's the job. What? Meetings, I said. Sometimes we have meetings just to discuss when we'll be having the next meeting. She laughed. Life in the ivory tower, right? That's right. I miss you, she said, and it came out so suddenly, so unexpectedly, I had to stop myself for a second just to catch my breath, to process the desperation on the other end of the line. Could we talk a little longer? I stood there staring down at my feet, unsure of what to say. Finally I said, I'll call you tonight, okay? After my classes are over, I promise. And you'll proofread those letters? I will. The last one's important. Okay, I said. Outside the kitchen window of my apartment, I could see the Texas sun high in the midday sky, the small dusty lot beneath my second-floor balcony, the flowering cacti and other succulents, the discarded pizza boxes and beer bottles left out on the picnic tables in the middle of the compound's courtyard. The rusted wrought iron fences so prevalent in this part of San Antonio. It was not a view I would have imagined having at 50, not a place I would have imagined myself living 5 or 6 years ago. And another thing she said as I was about to hang up, what's that? Please remember what I said to you about not showing them to anybody, okay? The letters. Who would I show them to? Just promise me. Okay, I said, I promise. Thank you, she said, and hung up. When Aaron got home later that night, we ordered tacos from the taqueria down the street and sat out on the front balcony for a while and talked about our days. It was springtime now and the nights were getting shorter, but also hotter, and we often brought a tall pitcher of ice water or a 6-pack of beer out with us, just to keep ourselves cool. Aaron lived on the other side of the compound in a second-floor apartment just like mine, but since we'd started seeing each other, it had been almost 6 months now, she had been sleeping over at my place 2 or 3 nights a week, sometimes even more than that. Aaron and I weren't the only professors from the university living here. There was a research biologist on the first floor, a couple of anthropologists, both single, living beneath Aaron, but we were definitely the oldest, both of us on the wrong side of 50, both of us recently divorced, both of us with children we felt increasingly removed from. In Aaron's case, her daughters were in college, one a sophomore and one a junior, whereas mine were simply on the other side of town, on the north side, with Catherine and her new boyfriend, Noel. Both of my daughters were in middle school, and though I got to see them every other weekend for the full weekend, and usually for several weeks during the summer, I knew it wasn't enough. As Catherine often pointed out, if I wanted to see them more, I needed to move closer, and she was right. Unfortunately, moving closer would also involve seeing Catherine more and Noel, not to mention being entrenched in their daily lives, and this just wasn't something I was capable of handling yet. So here I was in this untenable position, one that I knew I'd never need to resolve in the next few months. But for now, for the time being at least, I was hanging out here in the compound with Aaron, spending my evenings drinking beer, listening to music, chatting with her about this and that. Most nights when Erin had had a few beers or when she'd had a few sips of mezcal, she'd want to talk about the various dramas in her department. She had a particularly contentious group of colleagues, or about the latest sculpture she'd been working on. She was always working on something new. But that night, she just leaned back in her chair and sipped on her beer and listened to me as I told her about my mother and the letters she'd been writing. Out of a sense of loyalty, I had never shown any of these letters to Aaron, but I had described a few in detail, including the latest one, the one my mother called important, a letter that seemed to be addressed to an old college roommate of hers, a woman named Eleanor. I hadn't met this Eleanor before, nor heard of her, but I sensed that she had been an influential person in my mother's life. Most of the letters seemed to lament the fact that they had fallen out of touch, and when I explained this to Erin, she just nodded and sipped on her beer, then looked down at the courtyard where a group of other residents were setting up the charcoal fire pit, playing music, laughing. You think she's trying to tell me something, I asked? Who knows, Erin shrugged. I think all these letters are probably trying to tell you something, you know. I nodded and reached for my taco, brushing the cheese off my lap. Erin had a theory that my mother was not writing these letters for the nominal recipients, but rather for me, that she was using this letter writing process as a way of telling me about her life. Erin liked to point out that every time I read one, I'd remark to her later how strange it was that I hadn't known this or that about my mother. I had no idea she'd studied English so intensely, I'd say, or can you believe she once lived in Brooklyn? How could she have never mentioned that? And Erin would just shrug as if to say, I'm telling you, your mother is writing a memoir, and the audience for that memoir is you. But this letter to Eleanor felt different. And I tried to explain this to Aaron that night, how it felt somehow more intimate, more personal, almost like a love letter. You think your mother and Eleanor were a thing? No, I said, but I think that she loved her. I think she was a pretty important person in my mother's life. And she never mentioned her to you when you were growing up? Nope, I said, never once. Aaron nodded. Do you think that's weird? I think this whole thing is weird, Aaron said as well, if I'm being honest. Be nice. Below us in the courtyard, the crowd was growing, and someone had brought out an ice chest of Lone Star, the music getting louder. None of this uncommon for a Friday night. In the distance, you could hear the rhythmic pulse of Tejano music coming from one of the bars down the street, could smell the sizzling meats from the taqueria, more people flooding into the courtyard now, everything in the neighborhood getting lively. Aside from Aaron and me, the average age of the residents in this compound was probably about 35, maybe 36 or 37. They were definitely a good bit younger than us, though, definitely at a different stage in life. Aaron had chosen this compound, and that's what everyone here liked to call it, not a complex, because of its proximity to the cheap studio space that she rented on the south side, and because this area of town, Southtown, was where many of the artists in the city lived. It was where a lot of the best galleries were. I'd chosen it myself for much more cowardly reasons, because it was as far away as I could possibly get from Catherine and Noel without being too far. I wanted to be close enough that I could drop by and pick up the girls whenever I needed to, but I wanted to avoid situations where I might run into them in the supermarket, the dry cleaners, the hair salon, the movies. I leaned forward now on the balcony, railing and fiddled with the label of my beer. I worry about her hurting herself sometimes, I said after a while, looking down at the large group of people who had congregated below us. You know, like falling down in her apartment and not having anyone to help her, or having an accident in her car, which I really don't think she should be driving anymore anyway. Aaron nodded. I told her about how my mother had almost backed into a young woman in the parking lot at Costco the last time I'd been out there to visit. How she hadn't even seen her. Well, hurting someone else, you know, that would be disastrous. She could lose everything. She could go to jail, not to mention harming a totally innocent person. But she won't give up the car, she said? No, I said, shaking my head. It's a symbolic thing, I think. Like when she gives up driving, she's basically giving up hope of ever being self-sufficient again. Erin dabbed at her chin. Have you thought about home, she said, you know, assisted living places? They're expensive, I said, folding my arms across my chest. But yeah, I thought about that. It will have to happen one of these days, right? Well, maybe that's what this is, she said. These letters. What do you mean? She's preparing herself, she said. For assisted living? No, she said. For letting go.
Thank you, Andrew. Before we move on, I just want to remind everybody that we do have restrooms up on this floor. If you go down this hall, the restrooms are directly to your right, okay? Moving on though, I'm proud to introduce a very important featured writer that we have here, and somebody that's a champion for diverse voices here in our community, Anel Flores.
I'm so happy to be here with Davio, Our Lady of the Lake, all the volunteers and the community and writers and poets. It's beautiful to just sit here. I want to sit on the floor and like get in a circle and just listen and be right here. Can I do this? Sorry. Oh, here we go. All right. Thank you again. My youngest daughter is moving into an apartment right now, so I was all. Can you hear that? Or
Yes.
And so this morning we were like, packing bags, and last night we were packing the car, and so I don't even know what I look like. I ran home, I was like, I'm just gonna put on some clothes, and I threw everything on. So thank you. I'm gonna go back and unpack the apartment here. And then my wife and I this evening will be empty nesters for the first time. So it'll be fun. See how that goes. I'm going to start with Empanada. My name is Anel Flores. I am a queer South Texas writer, born in Brownsville, Texas, and spent most of my life in both Brownsville, San Antonio, and in the spaces in between, driving back and forth. And I'm going to read one piece from Empanada, which came out in 2012. Was previously a play and is a series of art as well. And next year, this 2025, we'll be releasing a bilingual version of Empanada, translated by Mariana Romo Carmona. And if you don't know Mariana, incredible activist from the 80s and 90s, Chicana, or actually Chilena lesbiana writer, so she's translating, and I'm really excited. So this will be the last you see of this book, very much, because now it'll be a bilingual version after this year. And this is called Large as the Sea. Below my smooth masa of panza, but over the big bones of my ribs, parte de mi cuerpo curves and creases into an acordeon of antes, and before antes, as I lay in the sand. Between my fingers, I hold a tattered origami frog with our names in pearly letters written down the hind legs. The paper frog holds our secrets under her tightly folded body. Fighting the pecking seagulls, I swim to the sand while your wind blows and stains my brow dark red, like the tip of a paintbrush dipped into a well of ink. On the side of my wide rippling waist, skin unfolds in rolls of hair and ink falling from my tia Lisa's trenza negra. I remember once balanced on the top of her head. Almar surrounded by dunes blocking the wind when the sea undresses and unbuttons her clothes. Y en mis manos, rocks and fish scrape and slither through me, leaving words of church songs in my palms. I roll up into the side, on the tide, naked, red, fleshy, and large, pouring out, crushing shells and sea urchins into bits of dust. Warm wind whips up into my other mouth, darting her tongue in between my lips. Everything falls to sleep. My body breaks into bits of music and moon. And I'm going to be now reading just a teensy bit of my novel, Curtains of Rain, which comes out next year as well with Jaded Ibis Press. And this is one piece, one chapter titled At the Mouth of the Alley. And this is when Solitaria or Sol returns back to Mission, Texas after living in San Antonio for 20 years. And she's a queer, Sol, the protagonist, is a queer young woman. You know, and you're like, oh, well, like you, but it's not me. we know. And she returns home and she's meeting with her friend Tony. And here we are at the mouth of the alley. I'm just going to give you a little bit of the setting more than the story. Up and out the front window, past Yerberia Herradura, 3 multicolored 5-point star piñatas and 1 Wonder Woman piñata hung on ropes from the wood beams and exposed electrical wiring, running from the neon sign to the store walls. Except for La Mansión ballroom, most storefront lights were out, but the small street lamps glowed on every corner. 2 wrought iron wall sconces twinkled a faint yellow on either side of the double glass doors of the ballroom. The small space inside the truck cab filled up with fragrance from their clothes marinated in comino and ajo from Rosie's. They sat in the car ready to go light the candles with their panza swirling. Sol was nervous about going into the church. She stared outside blankly as Tony fiddled with the keys. Sol fixed her eyes on 2 glittering flames shining through the windows at Yerberia Herradura. From what I remember, the energy inside of La Yerberia was good, right? I kind of remember it was, but Las Monjas used to tell us they practiced brujeria and made us walk on the other side of the street. Wait, why are we driving to the church if it's just right there? Well, that's true, so, but I just don't know what people are gonna say if they see us walking on the street. I got you. I'll hold your hand so the cuckoo doesn't get you, so don't worry. I'm scared for you too, Tony. What if people recognize you? Look, I'll watch out for you, and you watch out for me, okay? I'm gonna stop there. So Tony was Sol's childhood friend, Antonia, and they're meeting up again 20-something years later, and there's Tony. And so the rest of the story, you'll have to buy Curtains of Rain and read it, or hear me read it later another time. But since this is VersoFrontera, and it is poetry and amazing poets, I am a poet. I started as a poet. I went to grad school as a poet, and then my advisors were like, "You're a fiction writer," and I'm like, but then I just, put the poetry with the fiction and created, we're all multi-genre. We walk around the hybrid, and so I am a hybrid writer. And so here's a little poetry that I will be including in my hybrid graphic memoir, Painted Red, but it's still in process. And and these poems are drafts, and you'll see them soon. Here we go. And this is untitled right now. When the wiry voice veterana writer dies, we will slash flowers from garden beds without reserve. Pink baby's breath, bluebonnets, rain lilies, fire wheels in fury and desolation. Fists of florecitas framed around altares assembled through the Latina section of our libraries. Kitchen lookout windows, car dashboards, desk drawers, classroom bulletin boards. We'll pull pages of her pen ink from salvaged signed books, tossed back in the back of our public school district storage facility, behind the asshats who banned hers. We'll find flyers from readings tattered in corners we saved of a dead celebrity whom we doted on dutifully, with too many eyes on her to breathe, to be, to eat, to leave, to love, to lose, or sleep, she used to say. In the wonderings and the words under too many beers between friends, recounting the pitch lessons, the Mexican dresses, the eyebrows across the workshop table, the sonorous laughter she etched into our archetype, endearing our cousins as criminals, clouds shaped as candy, sweet savage lovers, and lustful nights between gay boys, tacones, tacos, a cacophony where conjunto, flamenco, and Coca-Cola meet between stanzas. Glass globos across the dirt-boarded windows, waiting for a star to fall, our name to sound like silver. We forgot how we rolled our eyes, bitter, waiting, wondering when we'd get on the list. When our words would too become the soundtrack of our generation, our gente, our girls, our grandmothers. A glass vase stuffed with cempasúchil, the picture of you, finally I took after waiting in a 3-hour line. The Madonna of Chicana writing, they said. We pitching poems, map out a social media monologue, sonorous with words like waiting, solemn, surveillance, saying our mentor, poeta, frenemy, lover, supposedly somehow like the supernatural. It was a spectacle. She brought out the Mexican house in us, like a cannon, like being drunk on sky. Thank you. And you can guess who that's about. This is a piece, I recently lost my sister-in-law 6 weeks ago, and of 27 years, and it's been really tough, and it's just an interesting kind of loss, because we were the same age. We were the only queer people in my family, so it's strange. Interesting loss, and I'm interestingly angry, and I'm not an angry person. Anger is good, I don't normally hold it, right? But I am right now, and so this is called F You Forever. Guess I don't have a choice right now but to be a good girl, since my mother decided she doesn't want to be a blessing with no clergy. And my brother doesn't believe in God more than he believes layer cake can heal the triggers of his dead chocolate lab or his dead wife. I count the number of funeral home printed mint wrappers on the floor, wince at the thought of what's on the other side of each closed door, try to figure out why the tree couldn't give her a chance. Woman at the funeral home reminds me of my kindergarten teacher, tone as flat as the cell phone Mr. State Trooper delivered in a bag after it was too late to take anything back. Come sit, I hear the navy suit kindergarten teacher funeral home lady say. It takes everything to not walk away. I'm not a good girl, Mother, and neither was she, because we feel blessed enough to give blessings because once a priest loved me, wide-eyed, his Jesus-toting canvas bag turned the other way. I loathe the bird who chirped those days as much as I can't celebrate life today, for jumping out into the street, for getting in the way, for making her blast off the road, gravel, glass and glitter in the backseat, her purse all strings, Your Holiness, F the tree who remained unscathed, hooked to the center of the earth. And I think, do I have time for one more? I don't even know the time. 1:40. How much more time? This is called Market Days, different tone. Honey, I love you. Turpentine to oil spill, you move me, mama. The lady behind the gas station register says she has fangs under her dress. I drool at the thought of you tearing into muscle memory. My morning Mexican cowgirl cafecito, piloncillo, baby. The weekend with you, tank tops, tennies, the radio playing salsa, everything left over in the fridge falling out of our mercado bag. Not a strand of your hair flies at the tiny shit slamming into the gravel, his Ford F-350 beside the beekeeper stand. God-awful boy parts bronzed hanging from the back of his hitch ass. My dad said, if you see a snake, cut his head off and run fast. Ambush snake fulfilling their homoerotic dreams. Is it an invitation of some sorts? My boy, who is a friend, and his big red smile cracks up between sips of Corona, 'cause beer's cheap. Mornings at the taco drive-thru has us selling paint, rainbow flags, sparklers, your diamondback boots. Bucha Myra gave you the time she flew in on her own plane from Monterrey to this bay town for a night to beach you. Blasting radio cumbia and drag king fake cowboy regalia makes you Tejana instead. Cotton mouth is never a thing when black cats and sparklers get lit on the side of the road. I'm going to end with July 9th, 1993. And this was 31 years ago when you'll find out. 31 years ago. The swatch face on the inside of my wrist, armament for the bite she was just about to take from my heart. I wish I would have known then about time, a loop with an end, the story of a whale, a lilac without reason. The bar top was under my feet. I kicked leaves with swag and liberation, only 24 hours into 17. Still a girl with spaniel tendencies, the innocence that liberation was mine. After all, my grandmother killed a snake with her bare hand, and my mother taught me how to howl at the wolves. Disco ball light painted glitter across my arms, and ribbons of summer sweat looped snakes wearing shooting stars around my waist. The girl in the bangle bracelets braced herself to join me on the bar. I wanted to be handsome for my birthday. Thank you.
Now, if you could all join me in welcoming another poet who graciously traveled from out of San Antonio to be here. His book of poetry, Confessions, is available at the back, along with many other wonderful texts that we have back there. Anis Shivani.
Thank you, Octavio. Thank you, Carter, and everyone else who's here today at this beautiful campus on this beautiful day in San Antonio. This one is called Poem for Gaza. It is impossible to write a poem about Gaza, though many will try. Do you recite Fatiha on your mother's graveyard? And if you do, does she listen? Perhaps there is an eternal ear, a heart that pumps, eyes and tongue, long after the worm has had at it. A nation full of children has died, and none of them are yours. Fathers and mothers are not around to bury them. They vanish, perhaps, like the ether, if they can't be picked up. It is in the air, I hear many observers note. But you can't write a poem about Gaza, just as you can't go there. Not in your worst dreams, entry is banned. And if perhaps you do step past the wall, in that in-between time, between light and dark, when everyone is navel-gazing, you still won't be there, except as a question mark to yourself. It is fine to touch the sacred walls of a mosque or kiss its floor. It is fine to greet the sunrise as if it were sunset or the other way around, but you can't write a poem about Gaza. Your own history is sufficient for you, and it is already full of holes, as we both know. There is space enough for giants of remorse to come flying through. The children of Gaza are sleeping, but you can't see them because your own outfits are so resplendent in red. You can scroll through the names of the 40,000 dead. You can wipe your memory free of your own mother's death because it only happened yesterday. And you can assemble in the corridors of learning with the anxiety of bedridden scholars, like lazy characters in Narayan or Guncharaf, wondering who is following you, who is tapping into every word and whisper of yours, but you can't, even if you try to tear up your words like the disassembled blocks and pillars of buildings made of Lego, imagining them swept by some fearsome wind or a wild flare of the sun. Write a poem about Gaza. So I'll read next from logography. This is actually, it came out from Sagging Meniscus Press, the book before my most recent one. It's actually 3 books in one. The middle book is Lyric Resistance, and it's modeled after Paul Celan, who was a poet responding to the atrocities of his time. So I'll read a few from logography. The children are streaked with red gemstones, getting blood out of a stone, blood, blood. An animal's set of ancestors, getting ahead despite warnings. The children are lizards that carry their heads in the raised position. The rate of the heartbeat is drunk in blood, has red roots and leaves. The city of hospitals is blockaded in 2 rows of blood feuds. the ceremonial mingling of a woman and a woman's heart, the parasite who lives in the aquarium, red rhizome aboriginal. The children carry oxygen at a higher price. Theirs is a drawing held stationary, a drawing of combinations of centuries, sea squirt. For covering my eyelid with a neutral block of color, not black, the drop of liquid you see is paint, the block party's tissues. The children of aquariums embark on retaliatory killings. Their red gemstones arise from the color of our lipstick hair. Patches of bright color, military action, no loss to the world, the whole lot of them producing the knee of the foot, enabling the cardinals. My outer viscera, thoughtful shield, hand-to-hand combat with adverbials, drapery depicting the opening of the fireplace. This is part of a writer's uniform. Equivalent bones whose metabolism of the prophet's stomach is minerals in a vertical line. They do not harvest me in star clusters. I am a woman expecting a baby. Our parents knew about insulin, which was beside the point, when they sprinkled us with flakes of pastry. You slipped me pale green gemstones, your refuge from wallflower mountains, and I besieged your chemical alphabet. The ball I hit carried well in the park. The lady at the tea table showed interest in us. Our mathematics were motorcycle imitative. When I told my father about the street gang sitting as a committee, he said any two men have little in common. Even if their tight curls suggest a crisis has developed. Read me the rhubarb crisp play, whose knife is a knife of cloths and color blindedness, a woman resembling a Dan. Children learn best by doing Chinese calligraphy. The sinister film of dew in the morning describes the shape of our skulls. Concerning the bloody quarrel between the sons, should we see a doctor who can stretch the elastic? They won't streetlight me if they think what I have to say follows the theme at shorter and shorter intervals. The rubber will stretch. My bones are loosely joined. My Star of David increases in energy just when you think my voice resembles a human voice. The darkness of this moving skeleton country may take the form of an alphabet, a one-day bicycle race, perhaps small crystals in fruit storage, or the suspicion on your forehead. When the sun finally oscillates, the dog croaks to crinkled foliage. Skin markings are falling off, the mainsprings of the disaster movie. Methodically, the desert shrinks figures. Staccato, the note, the rest, the note, the rest. And this is the last one from logography. Andalusia's rhombic prisms, the dwelling place in the afternoon. What was your name again? Agape among old friends. I too was called for Aliyah, who do not steam the letters. Others will rally around. Some moths, jurors impaneled, circle the hills around the city. Thanks. So I have a few copies of the case anybody's interested in it. And going back to what Sheila was saying this morning in her wonderful keynote, I started off writing poetry 25 years ago, very directly addressing whatever was going on in the world. I should have brought my first book. I do have it with me, My Tranquil War and Other Poems, which should tell you just by the title alone what I was doing. That was addressing the rising fascism of that period in the early 2000s. And as time went by, I moved more and more toward just the sound of language. And I felt that the sound effects, the sonic effects were more successfully conveying meaning, even political meaning, all kinds of meaning, better than directly addressing them. At least that's what I feel. So that seems very much in the past for me. So the last book I'm going to read from is Confessions. 20 years ago, I used to be a critic of confessional poetry, a big critic. So of course, when I got the chance, years later, I wrote 3 books of confessions. And this was number 3, came out from Chervena Barba Press very recently. These are just short poems, 7 lines each. The confessions got shorter and shorter as the books proceeded, and I'll leave it to you to decide if they are actually confessions or not. I'm not telling you. I crossed the border in a palace car. The man next to me spouted the virtues of Atlas Shrugged. I remember his reported speech, his security blanket. He wanted me to subdivide right there, in front of his eyes, so he could scratch his temporal base without reading my barcode. Yes, I crossed the border to unlisted sagamores. I wrote a lot of sonnets in my life. There's a book of sonnets too called Soraya, and there's a different effect when you grow even shorter, like 9 lines, 7 lines than a sonnet. It's more of a compressive effect, and I liked experimenting with that. The beaches in tense Britannia metal, men of substance holding baldricks and antiquarian currycombs, feather-like touch of fawning water over my feet. The jargon of literature classes is of a monotype that looks like a gifted Persian carpet woven into our peroneal muscles. The men work out obsessively, perhaps as restitution for random walks through race memory. The memories come fast and loose now, the dawn of the imperator, a false night, as though the ending were just the beginning. Time travel is not what it used to be. Neither is the memory of the imamate. At dawn, the prayer call came to me as an investiture, like leaf love eating through my rest cure. It was then that the sex offenders lined up for identification. I know you as a sewing machine knows thread, mother and father caught in the grappling hook. I have passed through the French doors as the darling of conspiracy theories. We might get botulism, it is common enough. I will help you with your fading Marcel wave. I will gladly wear your reach-me-downs. Just give me a moment to read up on cataracts. At the checkpoint of longitudinal waves, I perceived a dead Najib Mahfouz who was magnificent in his recapitulation. The same few words keep recurring, like runcible spoons in the draped citadel. I didn't have to run away from a civil death. They were waiting for me with broad axes and hermeneutics. They too have shunned relativism. Theirs is a religion of ice packs. No, I still cannot trust your iconology. I have been burned one too many times. We are each incarnate as Rinpoche once in our lives, like a dripstone that knows only one direction. Now they want to defraud me of my hard-earned gormandizing. Their inside information is of no use to me. In the locket I stole, there was a Ruprestrian idea that stayed with me, a delta connection to the best creperies. Death is not a matter of foot and mouth disease, getting out of control. The great uncles had a habit of falling dead in the middle of écarté, the poor man's eavesdropping. At my first funeral for the dying conservationists, I recited in my cadential brain the blueprint that would guide me. It is becoming, when you are dead, to act like the Atlas. And the last three, they're the last three books of the poem, of the book actually. The cat and its meadow sweet low tide. A lifespan of invertibility, silent heel tap amidst fringed gentians. They came to teach me how to die, and their fractal developpé was a help. I lost my driver's license, but the coronary vein felt strong like feijoada. I groped it with mercuric love. We died in the shade of the frangipani, watched by jumping spiders. At last, you have felt my moisture. Touch me for the modulus whose pressure points I revised day by day in an ongoing act of irreversibility, making myself silica, immeasurable live weight. Polyglots, pederasts, pharaohs, whose ruthless phenomena will you believe in? Faith comes on second thought when the fovea are excised. And the last one, and thank you all so much again. Age, Fleming's right-hand rule, the induced currents whereby my narrow band assumes this napalm guise, fizzing in your hands as you want to know my pen name. The rats are pendant. I can touch bright spica from where I lie on Malibu Beach. Everything will come true like the eagle owl. Every crucifer will bully me. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're gonna take another 10-minute break, if that's okay with everybody. If you wanna get up, stretch your legs, the bathrooms again are down here and to the right. Check out the back, we've got books for sale, we've got food and drinks available. So hang out and we'll meet back here in about 10 minutes, y'all.
I'm doing good. You're doing great. Oh yeah, well barely.
Yeah, no promises for the best. I last night, but that may not have thinking. That may just have been the drive and the whole long day. I don't think it's that.
It's good.
Yeah. So I was just telling you, I had just written the Bible and so I never read it obviously.
Don't ask me how I know.
I should be like, but then I was thinking, yeah, but you did. Yeah.
You got through it. Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah.
Really, this is really good.
Never had even when it's absolute stuff that doesn't finish it, they're like, hey, see, you live with that guy and you deal with it. That's something.
So, I sent it to you last night. You did, right? Yeah. On Facebook.
Yes. I get your
What are you teaching? Like, are you in the...
So I teach Charleston State University. I teach freshman and sophomore.
And you're also in Corpus?
No,
you're not.
Corpus is southwest of Oklahoma. But I live in Oklahoma.
I'm very okay, Stephen Miller is right now. Is he the side girl or no?
It's off the 67. Okay. 67 and 280.
You're the sign people, but going for a
But it's a 281 if you ever take a 281.
Yeah. My hand was shaking.
I didn't see it.
I was really there's no, it's involuntary. I can't do anything. You should be able to do it, you know, but I don't do man. And I was thinking maybe I'll be able to just do it. Won't be any problem. So, but that's not how it works. Yeah. Do you have any books here? Where are the table? The bookstore, right?
They're right next to me. I'm ventilating myself.
Where do you come to Austin once a month? No.
I live outside of Tulsa. That's a long story.
That's tough. And also that stretch is really difficult to drive.
Well, I avoid Oklahoma City with the boat. I have a route
Through the highway,
through the back road.
the back road is not bad. Yeah. But the main roads are really from Oklahoma down to North Texas, Benton, Dallas, and that is just horrible.
Yes.
It is just
And if I had to do that every week, I would quit doing it because I've got a route to avoid it. The only thing I really have to be worried about is deer. It's a stress-free drive.
I have been driving all over the country. I put 30,000 miles in my life for the last year, and nearly all of the entire western half of the country, the side roads are not the interstate, almost never. So you can imagine. I'm thinking 1 year away from carving, 1 year, just 1 year, and I don't know. You have to be just so not driving blind. So, but I'm always worried that, oh my God. And these cars just get totaled. These big SUVs, and you see them all the time. People posting saying, my brand new RAV4 total here, and that's it. That insurance. That would be wonderful. Yeah. So far, that's yeah. What's up? Man, what a great car.
It is.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the word at the end, so we just turn it off.
Yeah, my books are there.
Next one.
Yeah, well, I got it. That's where Hanks was.
Fellas,
See? Smile. Smile.
hey, you have a copy of that book, the biography?
I want to buy one. Let me give it to you. Are you sure, man? Absolutely, yeah. I'll send you an animal right there. Oh, yeah. Oh, is that it? Yeah.
I'll buy your beer tonight. You're coming tonight, right?
We will, absolutely, yeah.
I'm gonna drop balls, man.
Fuck my cats, man. They can die of hunger. I don't care. Second life running, they can just think, oh my God, he's left us. We're dying of hunger. Well, they're going to definitely recall poetry. Great this morning, man. I mean, the turnout is just so good. Unbelievable turnout. And it's really nice, relaxed. Like chill, very relaxed Saturday morning. We got food. What's up,
I gotta stop doing that, man. That's right. I know you're right, so you're right. I don't know that I read it. I found this one of my phone.
Tom, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I like the cover.
Or you can spend it. You want to trust
He's a friend too, that's why I mean.
They're like walking back. I don't want to
Pay about confirming? They're from pay about looking about confirming? Just for 215. Why? Thank you. Sure, absolutely. It's fun. We won't be late.
Yeah, I know. They'll be writing the poetry too. Yeah, they'll be reading it.
Oh, awesome.
It'll be my impressive human. That'll be the machine that my impressive human. Tom.
Testing. Everyone, I know you want to keep talking. We have 2 more blocks of readers. Time is flying. It's Saturday. I know we all want to go party. I think next year we're going to have like a couple of kegs. A little bar. Can you imagine how crazy that would get? Kegs in a bar. Well, we got to put it out in the universe, you know. So we're going to start again. We're going to continue with our readings.
You know, it's one of the real serious challenges.
And thank you, Carter, for helping me out this morning, this early afternoon. I think now it's up to me to, I'll be introducing the writers for the next block, the next hour. I think we're doing pretty good on time. Just to remind the readers, you know, just stick to 15 minutes. And then after this block, we're going to have another break for 10 minutes or so. And then we'll finish the afternoon with 4 more fabulous writers. And then, if you want more poetry and you actually want to have a drink, tonight, Next Page Press is going to have a celebration. Is it the 4th year anniversary of your press? 3 years of publishing great writers, poets specifically. And she's going to read, Fasal's going to read, I'm going to read. I'm not going to read at this event, because I'm kind of like just hosting. I might read a poem at the end. Maybe. From my notebook. Not from my book, from my notebook. And the event starts at 7 at the Dakota Ice House. If you're familiar with it, come by me a beer, and buy my book, and everybody's book. So up next is a poet and a painter. This guy studied in Rome. He's been around, he's a big deal in Mexico. He comes from the city of Victoria, Tamaulipas. He's going to read, I'm assuming he's going to say a few words in English. I don't even know if you speak English, Rosales. ¿Hablas inglés?
I don't.
He don't. So his reading is going to be in Spanish, and I think I think most of us might speak or understand some Spanish. He's going to read some poetry from his new book, which is also available, and he has some beautiful prints back there. Okay, he has been exhibited all over the world. New York City. I think he did some work for Carnegie Hall. Murals in Mexico, New York. So, please welcome Alejandro Rosales Lugo, poet and painter. ¿Vas a poder ver esto?
Buenas tardes, yo no voy a leer en inglés. Y además una persona como yo, un poeta que escribe sobre el amor, será casi siempre difícil que le traduzcan en inglés porque el feeling es totalmente diferente. Sobre todo en un mexicano, Este es parte del prólogo de este libro que se llama Maná Poética. El prólogo hace el maestro Sergio Ismael Cárdenas, también que es un gran músico mexicano, Premio Nacional de Artes. Es el prólogo de este libro. Y incluye en el prólogo incluye un poema que viene en este libro, que va numerado, generalmente no tienen título, tienen números. Y dice así: la poesía no tiene tiempo ni lugar, y sus formas pueden convertirse en cientos de formas, pero es el espíritu quien las construye, el espíritu de vivir para morir y seguir viviendo. Gozo a los poetas que le cantan amor en su erotismo
y tragedia en su locura, y amor en su esperanza y en su tristeza. Se escribe porque creemos que es bueno, malo en todo caso es dejar de escribir. Escribo solitario y escribo junto a la mujer amada. Mis mejores poemas están escritos junto al amor, con el perfume de la locura del amor, con el silencio y el sabor de las bocas, e incluso con las manos de la mujer amada. El amor es lo que mueve todo. El amor en todas sus formas y motivos es el instrumento musical corporal más maravilloso que existe. Soliloquio. Ven, amor, que me siento solo. Solo por ti ya me quedé solo, y solo voy en el camino solo. Ven, amor, a soñar conmigo solo. Vino solo, vino, me lleno de palabras como el vino, uvas y manzanas lo que el vino, caen en mi lengua y lo adivino, ebrias en tu piel de vino, borracho de tus labios vino, veo por tu cuerpo vino. Yo soy un pintor y cuando pinto escribo, y cuando escribo pinto. En realidad yo aprovechaba la pintura para hacer formas poéticas, y tengo un trabajo que se llama La palabra como cosa, un largo trabajo que presenté en consistencia hace algunos años, y es un ensayo sobre la palabra, en el sentido de que la palabra es una cosa, ¿verdad? No es nada nuevo, pero la palabra hace las cosas, y las cosas hacen palabras. Bien, si he de escribir, amor será un suspiro que pasa por mi sangre si respiro, por el hueco que dejaron tus labios y aspiro mi lengua que se esconde con la tuya. Me quitas el sueño, dame la hora y bebo bajo tu vientre negro. Duermes con tu sueño, la boca muerde, taladra, serpiente a otra boca, la boca arde y se retuerce cuando toca la lengua, retoca la espiral que prende a tu boca, en el musgo húmedo de noche llora. Retrato de mujer. Enojadísimo porque la mujer amada me abandonó de repente, y muy enojado, muy encabronado escribí. Es más, ese libro es producto de ese encabronamiento,
No es fácil.
No leo cosas así porque esa clasificación sea, algunas cosas no lo hago. Yo soy en un lugar de mucho respeto. Retrato de mujer. Despega al igual que una calca húmeda tu sonrisa, de frente se arruga ante el asombro adherido al espejo. Tus ojos de ángel son transferibles por el llanto, que suelta lágrimas de cristal húmedas y falsas. Has aprendido a controlar tus emociones y la maldad oculta en tus manos de porcelana fina. Así tus pechos de miel adolescente cubiertos de leche, tu pelo se esponja como felino que espanta en la noche, con labios dibujados a los tonos de los días, frente y nariz que se abre para recibir el aire altivo de tu rostro empalmado a tu rostro esquivo. Llevas en tu bolsa de espejo de mano y la burla en los telones de la sombra de los días perdidos. La boca abandonada a los besos, engaños cálidos, la misma y distinta a cada instante modificas tu rostro de niña ángel o demonio en el velo azul de tu lunar facial oculto en la hipocresía de tu belleza. Sabes callar y humedecer tus ojos a tu antojo. Doblar cucharas y tender redes en los ojos ajenos. Aflojas tus preciosas nalgas como fruta deliciosa en las manos traviesas del mejor postor sacrificado, tus labios remanecidos por los besos y tu lengua fresca que engaña cada boca que sucumbe con la tuya. Tus brazos son rémora de Circe que desprende su ira. Cada vez que escondes el amor, te vendes a cada hora. He agotado mi alma con tus besos y he vuelto a la locura por tu rostro que empalma con los rostros de los días, que parecen de amor y son la pose acomodada de tu sonrisa y tu labia para engañar a mis ojos. Doblo mi corazón a tus palabras de hipócrita lengua, que jura el amor en cada movimiento de los labios, una mentira piadosa donde se esconde el veneno derramado en la piel de quien llega a tu espejo, sediento de amor, porque amas a destajo, a sabiendas de que es máscara fría y decorada por la sangre de otros corazones en la vida, enamorados, enloquecidos por los gestos de tu amor, truculento y fresco por las manos que maquilan la soledad de la noche, donde embrujan tus labios y tus pechos de pequeña loba que amamanta la luna. Primera lección de anatomía. Deja que el abuelo sonría para ti. Afloja tu cuerpo y que las manos siguen tu sonrisa. Procura apretar los labios y no soltar el grafito que será el diamante en tu tela. Vete al tercer término y tu ojo izquierdo horizontal, ojo derecho vertical, respira profundo. Las modelos renacentistas buscan el mar. Aladas con las flores, tocan los cielos. Deja caer el velo en tu cara para que sientas su perfume y el verdadero sabor de su piel. La modelo renacentista gusta de las frutas, de mucho jugo y permite que los pájaros vuelven en su tocado azul de terciopelo. Abre bien los ojos. La primera lección de anatomía robará tu corazón, provocará tus deseos de aspirar al pintor. Cuando llegues al barroco, será locura y debes estar preparado para amar. Cantan a tu nombre, lloran las hojas. Las rémoras escalan el árbol de tu vida. En la cara azul de la mañana, la barca silenciosa de la luna, los coros luminosos de la aurora, con las nubes pasando por tus ojos, en el paisaje nocturno de tus horas, mientras sueña la música del sueño, en la escala corporal de tu sonrisa. Deletreo tu nombre con tu boca, miro con tus ojos el libro de hojas deshojadas en el árbol fresco que es la vida. Yo quiero presumir que siempre que leo encuentro novias. Donde quiera que voy, cuando leo, la verdad, les presumo, la verdad que es verdad, siempre que leo encuentro novias, casadas y divorciadas. Estuve hace un mes en Dallas y leí los poemas de otro libro que va a salir pronto, que se llama Cantares a la Mujer, y créanme lo que sirve para la mujer, y me abrazó frente al marido, y yo me chiveo también, pues soy mexicano, me chiveo. Pero es que así ha sido, es que yo entiendo la poesía como parte de la vida del ser humano. Yo creo que la poesía es la única que se identifica con filosofía, la vida. La poesía es el lenguaje más cercano a nosotros. La poesía es música, al final de cuentas. Me olvidaré lentamente tus ojos en las aspas de hojas de los árboles. Seré un búho oteado por la luna, con mis ojos guardados con los tuyos. Me olvidaré de tu sonrisa, de tus manos de flor en el rocío, y seré viento, cosa y nada. Llegaré a tus manos que vagan por mi cuerpo, colmaré mis ojos con tu cuerpo de ceras, animaré mis dedos con las yemas de los tuyos, escribo con tus manos como sombra de las mías. Y se calibra el sueño con las letras del almíbar que nacen de tus labios ardientes de saliva. Brama el viento como felino alado, desgarra las entrañas de las hojas del árbol que van saliendo del otoño. Mientras llegas, amor mío, acercaré la lámpara a mis ojos y palparé tus sueños dejados en la almohada para que recojas los dedos escritos en la noche. Mientras llegas, me asomaré a la luz. ¿Qué buscas si levantas el cielo de nosotros? Dioses rotos en los escombros tras la guerra, desnudos en el mármol, pulidos por el tiempo, dioses perdidos, caídos de palabras, profecías vencidas, letreros de mármol y bronce, espadas quebradas, temblando frías con el viento. ¿Qué buscas en el cielo si todo el silencio en las bocas curtidas, aradas por el viento? Mármol de serpentina caliza, evaporada en el discurso de los templos, parábola en lápidas tendidas en la gloria, historias de cristal, amores entre hermanos, los ojos de los cíclopes, las manos babosas del Minotauro, las naves de Ulises atoradas en las escolleras y Alejandro Magno galopando en la tragedia. ¿Qué buscas en el cielo? Un Napoleón cansado en la mejilla quebrada y su espada sin mango. ¿Qué buscas en el cielo? Te pregunto, Eva, en los escombros de manzana podrida. ¿Qué buscas, Adán, desnudo de vergüenza, que no supiste caminar en las espinas? ¿Qué buscas en el cielo inflado por dioses vagabundos, las pasiones vencidas, sus narices rotas? El cielo es de cartón pintado por nosotros, la triste escenografía de nuestros sueños clavados en las rocas, escritos en piedra, que es pátina del tiempo, en la caricia del sueño. Yo para terminar, para dejarlos picados, ¿sabes? Si compran el libro, porque los poetas son gente pobre, ¿eh? Los poetas son pobres. Los pintores ganamos dinero, pero los poetas son pobres. A mí, una ocasión, el maestro Carlos Pellicer, gran poeta mexicano, Carlos Pellicer, hermosísimo poeta mexicano, lo conocí en México cuando yo fui a estudiar a México. Y me dice un amigo, mire maestro, él es el paisano del que hablé que es poeta. Y me dijo, usted tenía yo 19 años, usted es poeta. Le digo, sí señor. ¿Y tiene un Nobel? No señor. Un poeta pobre no sirve para nada. Entonces entiendo que un poeta pobre no sirve para nada. Bien, ya para terminarme con eso, pasamos la hoja del árbol de los libros como han pasado los días en el patio de la casa. La humedad de la tierra que baña su corteza, la hoja de los libros colgada de letras en los frutos del invierno. Casa de palabras prendidas como estrellas en los aretes de la noche. Cerramos el libro de los sueños para hojear con las yemas del libro de las horas que bajan de un nuevo árbol en racimos, en el verde que menea al viento, entre sus hojas y en sus ojos pasan las hojas como por el viento, por el río de tus labios de amor. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Alejandro. Thank you. Up next, from Austin, right, Ramona? From Austin? From Austin, please welcome Ramona Reeves.
How's that? Is that good? Okay. I'm not coordinated enough to hold it and turn pages at the same time. Thank you
you, Octavio, and everyone who's helped put this festival together. I really appreciate it. I'm really honored to be here and be a part of this community today. It's really, really beautiful hearing all these readings, and just thank you. I'm going to read from my book, It Falls Gently All Around, which is set in Mobile, Alabama, where I grew up. I've been in Texas a while now, but that is where I grew up, and it centers on two main characters, Donnie and Babby. It's interconnected stories, so the characters recur. But I'm actually going to read from one of the peripheral characters today. Babby has, I think, a cameo in the story, but anyway, this is about two queer women who's, one of them, they come from two different sides of the city in Mobile, and the affluent one, her mother has decided to throw them a baby shower at the country club. So this story is called Aphrodite Reclining. The D'Iberville Country Club was too grandiose for a baby shower. Never mind, they had painted over the plantation white exterior years ago with coffee-stained beige. Inside, the vestiges of old Mobile remained in paintings of grand white houses, pink clumps of Alabama shrubs, and fountains aged the perfect patina. The paintings offered no hint of the slightly noxious smell of boiling cabbage that had once spewed from the paper mill near the bay. Such odors had never breached the club, especially in the spring when a wall of azaleas guarded the grounds and made beauty the price of admission. Corinne stood on the club's portico to avoid the pre-shower bustle inside. 3 painted iron benches, they are only for show, left her no alternative but to lean against a pale Doric column by the club's entrance. Comfort had never been a priority at the club, although it was adding a meditation garden. For this purpose, 2 heaps of crushed white granite pimpled the blacktop parking lot. As far as Corinne was concerned, the club was wasting its money on a passing New Age fad. She would always prefer the tennis courts bounded by ambitious jasmine, the pool where she had spent her summers dunking her brother, or even the gardening shed where she and her teenage friends had smoked Virginia Slims. One of the oversized doors to the club opened. The protruding globe of Sammy Joe's stomach appeared, brightened by a pink and white maternity dress that made her look proper, as though she belonged at the club. "Your mom wants to know where to set the flowers," Sammy Joe said and drew closer. "You're better with those things," Corinne answered. Her partner was no interior designer, but she was good at organizing. "Yeah, but she won't listen to me." Corinne gently squeezed Sammy Joe's elbow, but only for the time it took a pall of leaves to scatter in the late March wind. Her mother did not listen to many people and would never listen to Sammy Joe. Corinne felt the urge to soothe her in a more substantial way, but kissing her, even circumspectly on the cheek, was not appropriate at the club. On one point, Corinne and her mother agreed. Displaying too much emotion made a mess of things, especially in public. "You got dust or something on your jacket," Sammy Joe said. Corinne twisted the tail around and swiped a white smear the length of a $1 bill, perhaps residue from a recent whitewash or dust from a pile of rocks set aside for the meditation garden. "Let me try," Sammy Joe offered. "No," Corinne said, "I've got it." Sammy Joe sighed and retreated. That morning, Corinne had interviewed the 4th possible nanny. The interviewee had folded her stubby hands into her lap and said she believed in walking in other shoes, but wasn't rightly sure about walking in Corinne and Sammy Joe's. None of the other candidates had taken issue with them. It was, after all, the 21st century. But one had twitched her lips oddly during the interview. One had used the bathroom without washing her hands, and another had not shown up at all. Would Sammy Joe certainly give birth any day now? Corinne worried she would not find a suitable match. "Nobody but you cares about a nanny," Sammy Joe told her that morning, "and your family won't like you one bit better for it." Corinne swiped again at the white dust on her jacket. Are we still in agreement about offering Babby the job? Corinne thought it might be nice for Sammy Joe's best friend to be around their house more often. She was a good 9 or 10 years older than either of them, but a little life experience wasn't a bad thing. Sammy Joe reached between her breasts, pulled out a peppermint, and unwrapped it. She chewed them in lieu of smoking, but hiding them in her bra was tacky. When Corinne had expressed as much, Sammy Jo had immediately plucked a mint from her bra, unwrapped it, and popped it into her mouth. Asking Babby to work for us feels weird, Sammy Jo said, especially as a nanny. I think daycare is fine. It's what normal people do, you know? They had discussed daycare dozens of times. Corinne could not toss her child into a sandbox of strange germ-infested children, but saying so only made her sound pretentious. Her own nanny, a straight-backed woman with a penchant for Mahalia Jackson and Sly and the Family Stone, had taught Corinne what her parents and St. Francis Episcopal could not: how to lie on the grass and smell spring, how to spread peanut butter evenly on bread, how to dance like she meant it, and most importantly, how to live among people who could never quite see you. Corinne believed her own mother had understood her shortcomings well enough to hire a nanny, which in itself had been an act of love. Neither of her parents had exhibited much in the way of daily affection during her childhood, but honestly, the idea of her mother warming milk and reading a bedtime story seemed as preposterous as world peace. Although Corinne believed herself far more affectionate than either of her parents, she saw what a nanny could give her child, what she could not, the experience of another world. Do whatever you want, Sammy Jo said, but don't tell Babby it was my idea. From the club's entrance, Prue leaned out in a sleeveless baby blue dress embroidered along the hem. Mother's going to lose it if you don't come inside soon. Her sister was probably right. Several guests had already gathered. Corinne watched as their eyes briefly noted her and Sammy Jo's entrance without any interruption in their polite chatter. In the room reserved for the occasion hung 3 paintings of Aphrodite in standing, seated, and reclining position, each one illuminated by perfectly centered overhead lighting. The scantily clad figure in the paintings had been favorites of Corinne's brothers and his friends as teenagers. They stared, seeming to admire her, but also joked about her small tits and wide hip. "What are you staring at?" he'd asked when he caught her looking too. "You're dirty," Prue said, startling Corinne back to the room, and bent and brushed the back of the marred jacket. "I'm aware of that," Corinne said. "I'll fix it after I help Mom." Prue tossed her yellow flat iron hair over one shoulder and pulled a chair toward Sammy Jo. "You shouldn't be standing so much, sweetie." Corinne could not remove the jacket because the shirt underneath was wrinkled. Sammy Jo had forgotten to pick up the dry cleaning the day before, and there had been no time to buy a shirt that morning. "We can't keep you clean," Corinne's mother used to tell her as a child. But the problem wasn't Corinne so much as the clothing supplied to her. Sundresses, white shorts, frilly pastel skirts and blouses, and patent leather shoes. Only her brother was allowed to wear polo shirts and high tops, and he wasn't about to share with his sister, the middle child. In the end, Corinne had worn the frilly things, but thought of them as costumes, unlike the neutral-colored pantsuit, cotton briefs, button-up shirt, and brown businesswoman bob she now wore. Sometimes she felt she was neither man nor woman, despite her feminine upbringing and its insistence on beauty and family continuity. She was not what she was supposed to be, not what anyone except Sammy Jo and maybe the soon-to-be child wanted. Her mother, who was circulating dutifully among the guests, finally made her way to Corinne and said, "Isn't it nice you could take a little time for yourself outdoors when the party's about to start?" And I'll jump forward. Although Corinne and Sammy Jo had been a couple for 3 years, it was only Sammy Jo's second time at the club, and Corinne could tell by the way she was clasping her hands, trying not to bite her fingernails, that she felt nervous. Corinne inched closer and whispered, "Relax," into Sammy Jo's ear. "You too," she countered. Sammy Jo's shoulders settled. Corinne hoped she would learn to manage better in the world of her mother, a woman who would not stop at a baby shower. As soon as she'd gotten used to the idea of the pregnancy, in fact, she had insisted they name the baby James. "It's good to remember who we are," she'd said, "and having a namesake will mean the world to your father." As far as Corinne could tell, what meant the most to her father was his legal practice, golf, and tending roses the way some men tended their families. Corinne swiped the back of her jacket in one last attempt to remove whatever had taken hold, but she stood too close to a table and knocked a glass of water onto one pant leg. "Corinne," her mother said. A waiter produced a towel from his back pocket and mechanically wiped the floor. Another waiter entered with a mop, a bucket, and a handful of dish towels. When they finished wiping and mopping, the two men bowed and subtracted themselves from the group of women. Corinne made up her mind to give each an extra tip when her mother wasn't looking. "I think some of your little friends have arrived," her mother called out from the room's entrance. She referred to Sammy Joe as her little friend until 16 months ago when they moved in together. Then she had refused to mention Sammy Joe at all until the pregnancy. Corinne never imagined she would fall for the brave teller who had asked her to lunch, nor had she foreseen the drinks that followed. But she could no longer recall those evenings without thinking of how they'd led to Sammy Joe's place, a one-bedroom apartment on the side of town more populated with pin oaks and pine trees than live oaks and magnolias. At first, Corinne had accepted the invitations out of loneliness, but later she went because Sammy Joe's easy smile built its own museum in her mind, a place where she could and could not breathe. Rumors had circulated at work, and Corinne's boss suggested Sammy Joe might need to find another job. "You're on your way up. Some people don't take kindly to your sort, not that I mind." Sammy Joe had stomped around their house for days upon hearing these words repeated, and although she eventually acquiesced, she would never come around to what Corinne saw as the truth. People destroyed what they could not understand. After rumors died down, Corinne's boss congratulated her. "You dodged a bullet," he said. "You'll have a fine career, provided you don't flaunt your lifestyle." She wanted to tell him she could have a fine career in a larger city no matter what, but Sammy Joe refused to move, and Corinne felt tied to this place as well. She loved and hated it in the same ways she loved and hated herself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramona, for that wonderful story. Up next, we have poet and director of Texas Review Press, J. Bruce Fuller.
Thank you. Mostly, I'll be reading from my new book, How to Drown a Boy, which is out this year from LSU Press. I've been touring on this book since January, and I'm a little tired of it. But I realize it's new to you. I hope you will consider picking one up, because I have missed my children a lot. And today only, anyone who buys one gets a free hug. No refunds. I'll start with the title poem from the book, How to Drown a Boy. Not with water, but with sweat, you work the boy until he cries. At the barn faucet, think of your own father. Cup your hands and tell the boy to look deep inside this well. Make him drink from your hands, make him drink until he swells, make him taste the salt and split nails, cracked knuckles, bone, and blood. Tell him this blood is the life I have given, this blood the covenant that you must always measure your life against mine. Now sneak him the whiskey behind the shed where his mother can't see, show him that this is what a man has earned, and just a taste because he's only a boy with too much of his mother in him. A sip more and he will learn. And if the sharpness of the steel leaves him weak, or the swing of the hammer wears him out, and if he squirms at the trigger pull to give the doe a chance to flee, then walk the boy down to the river and baptize him there with your own two hands. Thank you. I too, Ramona, am a Southerner. I'm from Louisiana. Well, this is the southern section of the proceedings. I live in Texas now, but it's weird. But this poem actually takes place some years ago. I moved out of my home state of Louisiana and moved to the West Coast, and that's where this poem takes place, at a train station in California. It's called The Gift at Diridon Station. And I met a man once at Diridon Station who asked me for a cigarette, and I seen he was a traveler, and I seen he had been lost. And I give him one, but won't let him pay. He offers twice, but I won't let him pay. And I heard in his voice, the voice of home, and I seen in his face, the face of my father. So I asked him where he was from, and he said, a long ways off, 1,000 miles east. And I said, me too. And I said, whereabouts? And he said, Kentucky. And I said, Louisiana. And we smoked together and talked ourselves back home for a while. And he told me what he's seen in the world. And he told me he ain't seen much of what it says in the good book. And I told him I met good people who ain't never even heard of Jesus. And I told him I met a woman who prayed kneeling on grains of rice for hours until she couldn't walk, and her husband come home and beat her for not having supper ready. We all his children, they say. And they say Jesus did miracles at Cana in Galilee, but I was taught to fear the wine and reminded with a heavy hand. And they say when you have a house guest, treat him like family, because he might be Jesus come to test us. And I think about Jesus knocking on that door asking. As I left, I wished him luck on his journey, and as I was walking off, he called to me, him pulling around in his pack for payment and me knowing better than to refuse him again. And he pulls out a double-bladed Barlow knife, bent and mangled and stainless steel and been Lord knows where. And he holds it out in his hand like a sacrament. And I take it from his hand like it's the Lord's own flesh. I say it's too much and he might need it. He says, no, I got 100 of them and I know he don't. But we both know this ritual. And anyways, a man can't be beholden to another man like it says in the book. Thank you. So I've been, as I said, I've been doing a lot of readings from this book, and some of these poems are old to me, but so I'm going to read 2 new poems. I haven't done this yet on this tour. I feel like I'm cheating on the book a little bit, but I do owe my editor the next book like last month. So I'm going to read 2 new poems for y'all today, and if y'all don't think they're any good, let me know. This first poem is called T. Justin, and just a little note, for those of you who don't know, the J stands for Justin, so now you know that. So this poem's called T. Justin. A copperhead sleeps in the needles, slow Sundays, a cross made of rebar. T. Justin and muddy knees thinks a future might be somewhere out there yet. But hell, he ain't never seen a flash in the pan dream. The Broadways, bright folks with a pistol in their ribs. The past is gunmetal heavy. Memo at the clothesline, T. Justin got the clothespins on his ears, and every cricket in the brush sings about tomorrow, tomorrow. What that boy don't know is gonna hurt him. This poem's called Shut Eye. I need to get some sleep, but the boys have come back around with bags and a half-drunk plastic bottle of gin, and I'm so far gone the moon is howling at me. Shit. What these boys don't know is I got a one-way ticket out of here. This is just a stop for me. I've been touched by the light, and I'm just biding my time till salvation. One day, I'm gonna leave and not look back. In my mind, I already got my walking shoes on and a big future ahead. We all got plans, we all gonna be somebody. Every boy here is an undug grave, and for every eye turned to heaven, there's one soul shut. All right, one more and I'll stop bumming y'all out. I just wanna thank Octavio, everybody that's worked on Verso. I think I've done 3 of these. I've done 3 out of 4. It may make me the most tenured VersoFronterista ever. I'm not sure. You have to check the records on that one. But if so, I feel very the white guy from New Orleans. Right. I feel very lucky to have been a part of this all these years and to watch it grow. And I wanted to say to all of you that having seen so many of these, this is absolutely the best audiences I think that we've ever had. I mean, I think this dual day structure is really working.
And you are getting some competition, so.
From who?
Can't tell you right now. I'll tell you later.
Bruh, bring them on. I'll body them. No. So thanks again to Verso and Octavio, to all of you for being here, and y'all come holler at me. This is my last poem. It's called "They Said." They said Bo was on that crystal, and that's why he lost so much weight. Come back from summer break looking long and thin, so the coaches moved him from left tackle to outside linebacker. And I was so skinny that kids made jokes and threw food at me in the cafeteria. They said, "Eat a cheeseburger, you couillon." And I didn't want to be skinny no more, and I didn't want to be weak no more, and I didn't want to do crystal. Even though Bo was popular now, even though his new girlfriend was a real Dixie queen, and when the Artemis News said he was dead, I didn't understand, and I didn't know they also called it meth. They said the Lord wasn't going to flood the world no more, but he must have forgot about us. So we took what we could from the waterlogged houses, mostly guns, mostly pill bottles, mostly things we could sell, no questions asked. In my neighbor's house, I smashed the door of a gun cabinet, and the deer etched on the glass scattered. They said, "Take that shit, hurry the fuck up," but I just stood there looking till we left. They said, "You a pussy, you could have made a fortune." Then they said Eduardo got sent to Angola and come back with a swastika on his neck. They said blood is made in the bones, but oil comes from the Gulf. And when the storms rock the rigs, the chaplain takes confessions and the boys cross themselves all night. They said Big Dan got blowed up and burned all over, and now he lights his cigarettes with his ring finger. They said the settlement money long gone. They said when the rigs catch fire, some boys jump. They said them boys burn and even the water can't put them out. They said his daddy's a son of a bitch, and they said he's a drunk, and they said he ain't got no daddy no ways. I try to remember everything I don't know about myself, like is he inside here somewhere just waiting to lash out at me? They say you look so much like your daddy, you so much like him I could spit. And they said he killed a man and that's why he run off. And I remember the night in the kitchen sink and Momo yelling and the blood running down his face, and I know it's true. They said if you don't fight him, then we'll beat your ass. So I took the 3-foot branch of pine from the side of the road and I bashed his fucking face in. I can't remember his name, but I know they say it sometimes when they're drunk and looking back and thinking about how good we had it back then when we were hungry and terrible and young. They said, "You one of us now." They said, "You don't never have to be alone now." They said, "You did good." They said, "You did good." They say, "You did good." Merci.
Take our money for that next book, Nate.
Thank you, Jay. Just a reminder, we do have some amazing presses, small presses, independent publishing, TRP, Eslan, Slew Press, Next Page Press, Mouthfeel Press is being represented in the back table back there, and A La Brava Press. Also, for those of you who don't know, VersoFrontera and TRP are going to be partnering to publish a poetry prize for VersoFrontera for Latinx writer poets for the first book. So if you know someone, if you teach, if you are, or you identify as Latinx, please consider submitting. The submission period is open until December the 15th. And then I'll read all the manuscripts and close my eyes and just... oh yeah, by the way, I'm the series editor, according to Jay, so I don't know what's that.
According to your contract.
Up next, Sandra Morales is, they are one of my students, and I'm working with her on her manuscript, and she's amazing, and please welcome her.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay, how's that?
Good. Can we hear?
Yep. It's okay. I need to do better. No, hold it. I'm good with that. Yes. Hi, I'm Sandra. I'm a grad student. I'm working on
my manuscript, and hopefully publishing soon in the spring. So I'm gonna get right into it. My poetry is on gender and sexuality mostly, and then some fun things. So we'll just go ahead. The first one is called "The Ghost in This House is Homophobic." Not a word was said about ghosts before we moved in. There have been signs throughout the years, sounds of falling, but never any evidence. As I lay in her arms, something falls over us in the attic. At least it sounds like it. As I lay in her arms, something cold hovers over my hands, twice, to make sure I know. At least it feels like it. As I lay in her arms, something throws a tantrum. The ghost in the house is homophobic. At least it acts like it. Okay, the second one is a criticism of transphobic people and what they believe in and what they refuse to believe in. It is called "Transfolk Are Real." Shapeshifters are among us, in the White House, your boss, co-workers, the ones who don't bat an eye at you. And they're in the shadows, taunting you. You engage, you acknowledge. The reptilians are leading us into war, into strife. You give them your money, they spend it on their cars and bags and private schools for their kids. You engage, you acknowledge. Aliens built the pyramid, impregnated your neighbors, abducted you to run tests on your brain and body. You engage, you acknowledge. Trans folk walk among you daily, eat lunch with you, sit on the bus with you, small talk with you, daily. You do not engage, you do not acknowledge. Okay, this next one needs a little bit of defining in the word and language. So I was listening to a podcast the other morning about shadow biospheres, and it's sort of the idea that there's more existence either on a planet, and that's where we're looking for that right now, right? But it also plays with the idea that maybe we're looking in the wrong place, and it could be here instead of on Mars or Jupiter or whatever planet. Okay. Shadow biosphere. There's a second version of us, or a third, or a fourth, if we believe. I believe my molecules are becoming fish, rock, tree, blades of grass. My biology becomes that of a bug, a pile of dirt, a light bulb that's gone out. It's not necessary to visit the shadow sphere. I am the second version of myself here, waiting for the third and the fourth. Okay, this next one is inspired by one of the many conversations that I've had about aliens. And I'm an Aquarius, so I like to think that I could be an alien too. Okay, I'm from Earth. Scientists say that any bug in the ground or in the water we haven't met yet is alien. Not having alien features, my identity is fictional to strangers. No large black eyes filled with all the stars in space. No black holes to consume their gaze. No gray or blue or green skin, just my 10 long fingers stretching out to the ends of the keyboard. The alien joke I reclaimed in elementary school, wishing one day it'll come true. This next one is inspired by an article I read from the news outlet Them, talking about a lesbian teacher who got fired for being a lesbian, and they used witch hunt within the title, which is also another word that we use to talk about lesbians. And I'm a pre-K 3 teacher, so I'm gonna bring some of that reading energy to this one. Gay witch hunt. Cackled the witches behind the bushes, cackled the witches in tune with their dogs, cackled the people in fear of the witches, scattered the witches in the white fog, scattered the witches in search for maces, scattered the people escaping the bog, shrieked the people praying in fear, shrieked the witches into the cauldron, shrieked the witches, chains cutting the air. Okay, this next one, I've really been wanting to write an elegiac poem. For those of you who don't know, it's very sad, it's a goodbye kind of poem. So that's what this one is. Elegy for myself. My partner said she would love me without boobs, yet when the boobs left, she left too. She said she would love me until the sun collided with Earth at such an impact that we wouldn't have time to say goodbye. Yet when I came home, my sun collided with my Earth as I read a note that said goodbye in fewer letters than in the word itself. But the time has come to say farewell to the person I once was, the chewed, spat out plush I once held, the colors I was limited to seeing. Godspeed, I will not miss you. Okay, I have one more plan. Let me just get it. Okay. This one is a pretty long one, so it might be my last one, about a trip that I took to San Francisco with my partner. Okay. Calm down, world. It begins like this. We leave at 3 in the morning. A woman sits in the airport making Joe Biden jokes. Pretending not to understand, strangers make a mockery of her while waiting to board. Home packaged nuts fall in the middle of the aisle of the plane. We cannot get up just yet. Walking at a fast pace, I play catch up with my love daily, finally bearing witness to capitalism's downfall. The housing crisis in San Francisco does not take a day off, even for the coldest of holidays. We find our way to a Chinese restaurant with a picture of Keanu Reeves and a Food Network article on its wall. Curry fried rice catches everyone's attention, like a sizzling skillet of fajitas at a Mexican joint. The rice got left out, so much for leftovers. They keep Keanu downstairs. Stay behind the line and wait. Don't get too caught up looking at the night show piece. We climb the high bridge in the tea garden over the creek while walking through strangers' pictures. A walk through a fake Jurassic Park takes us to 2 friends trying to get the perfect high five, creating for them a core memory. We high-fived perfectly on the first try on the way to Amoeba Records. Everyone has got something to say, but does anyone pay attention? The edibles hit on the bus to Golden Gate as strangers have an argument behind me. Calm down, calm down. The bus goes through a tunnel at such a speed that makes me feel like we're on the boat in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Every time we go out, I take an edible. I'm not driving. You have to be careful what you say to others. That's not nice. The sea lions are so loud, yet you cannot spot them. A quick walk here, walk quickly, quick, we're going to miss the BART. My love speed walks. I only run when I care. We saw 2 naked men at the Castro, only 2 naked men. The anarchist bookstore is my new dream. The guy from Crass was here recently. He wouldn't shut up. Her friend drives us down to San Jose. Don't watch this movie, hi. It happened anyway. I can't tell if it was a mistake or not. I've said it before, I'll say it again. White people don't know personal space. I unlock the restroom door, and a white woman pulls it back from behind me before I can get in. She jiggles the door handle while I'm trying to pee. I recover with salt and straw ice cream in the California rain.
You got one more?
One more? I got one more.
Okay, one more.
Okay. All right, this last one is an ode to me figuring out my gender and going through that journey and becoming more comfortable in my body. Binder, I hardly know her. When I look in the mirror at the fabric that binds me tight, so as not to feel alien, no longer a creature of deceit. I do not see a body bound to hate, clothed or not. I do not know who she is, but I know who they are. Thank you.
Okay, once again, this is our last break, 10 minutes. We'll come back with the last block of 4 amazing writers, okay? Buy books, buy food. The Wedding Collective is back there. They have stickers, books, all kinds of good things. Help them out. Thank you.
I'm thinking about the road, but maybe we should. We stuck it out. We've been everywhere.
We've been to everything. I'm supposed to get up one more.
One more? All right, one more.
Are y'all going home or are you staying again?
No, we're gonna go.
You're gonna go home?
You don't know this, but my car died last night. It's my fault. We were in the parking lot, and the drinking and smoking, and we couldn't hear the music on our phones. I'm like, well, I'll just play it from my car and then drain the battery. But it's a 7-year-old battery, and I'm a little nervous about it, and I want to get on the road. And it's also going to be like a $200 new battery, so that's like the hotel room.
You're not going to be able to stop the whole way from here to home. So you better pee
Tom,
here.
exactly. And Tom and I, he followed me to the gas station. I put a full tank in. I'll make sure I pee before I hit the road.
And he's going to go ahead and go home.
Yeah, my brother knows that I gotta, if I get me. So.
Where is he?
He's in Rose, between Steamboat and Rose.
Okay.
So that's where I stay when I'm listening.
Just don't stop, man. Just keep going.
I can do that. And I can also pull on a dirt road and pee with the engine running if I need to.
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. I forgot you're a guy.
I sort of quit doing it when I got caught the last time I did it. So, parking, driving, they just drove right on by. But it was.
I was going to say, it wasn't the police.
No, nothing like that.
They wouldn't say anything.
No, they don't. Just give somebody laughing about it. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm sure thinking.
Yeah, maybe you should go now.
Hmm?
Maybe you should leave now so it's not dark when you're driving.
That is
I hope your car's going to start when you get in.
It's started and stopped 3 times today, so I think we're fine. I think I just trained it. Being high school stupid last night.
Where were you guys?
In the parking lot of the Drury Hotel, the Pearl Tree. Just being stupid, listening to Grateful Dead.
So y'all left the hotel and then you went back to the hotel?
And he just his energy ramps up the later it gets. And I'm just the opposite, so there's always some point in Tom and I hanging out.
About 10:30, and I'm like, what were you guys doing up till midnight?
Sitting in the parking lot, drinking and smoking, and Tom just gets
Octavio
wild.
didn't follow you because he's wired too that way. Oh yeah.
If he'd known we were going to sit in the parking lot and do that, he probably would have. I just
Yeah, I've seen Tom before, like when we were at Caesar Trail a couple of years ago. He was walking to lunch. I'm like, how come you're not driving? He said, I'm drinking. I'm like, wow, okay. He doesn't even care, does he? I didn't even bring him today. Where'd you put him?
I put him with the guy in the middle there next to me. When did you put him?
The bar? I think so. I didn't see mine over there, but I didn't bring anything. They lost some yesterday, and I didn't want them to get upset. But now I know.
There's no one to watch her, so if anyone wanted to.
Yeah, good, good. I'll follow.
I said, I don't have. Are you going to the event? I get to see it.
I don't know what I see. Yeah, I've never
friends gave Greeks for the Romans.
It's great to come to stuff like this here. It's great that you've never met. I had family back here in Chicago for a while, so I look forward to hearing like Oklahoma.
It is about my mother, who just moved back to Tennessee, and how she's a ghost. And it ends with how angry she is whenever she asks, are you seeing blood? And so I love that game. Oh, that's perfect. Wow, that's amazing. Sorry, I want to go to bed.
Alright, up for the last section of VersoFrontera. As you're making your way back, I would like to mention the Wedding Collective. Go support the Wedding Collective. Get some zines, get some stickers, get some bookmarks, get some scissors. Or scissor with the Wedding Collective. Go, get some scissors, sorry. Check out Verso on Instagram. Buy all the books so no one has to carry anything home. Eat all the food. Drink all the drinks. Hug all of everyone. Let's see, Wedding. We got Verso IG. All right. I'm Zach Sokolowski. I'm going to introduce the last round of Read the Writers. Yeah. Up first, Amanda Gann Churchill. I took the liberty of writing some Claire Hughes for each of the authors. If you don't know, the Claire Hugh is a really great little 4-line poem with the person's name at the top, AABB. So I'll do a Claire Hugh and then I'll do a little bio for everyone. Amanda Gann Churchill's, oh, they're supposed to be silly and kind of convoluted and, just clunky. So, perfect for my second. Amanda Gann Churchill's work displays impeccable research skills. For tales of migrants and Minagames from a mind that's fertile, look no further than the house of the turtle. When Amanda Churchill isn't scouring back alleys in France for inati, the delicious rice and tofu treat, she's living and writing here in Texas. A Writers League of Texas 2021 Fellow, she's been featured in Hobart, Pope, Witness, River Styx, and others. As an indefatigable researcher, she filled in the historical gaps to flesh out the Turtle House, a story inspired by the life of her beloved grandmother, the Japanese war bride. Please welcome Amanda Churchill, and please help her to get us to tell us where the best Japanese restaurant is in San Antonio, if it's not Nikki's Tokyo Inn.
Okay, am I going to be able to hold this? Let's see. All right. So I have known dear Octavio since we were at UNT together. And it was wonderful being in workshop with him, just sitting across the circle from the man. You knew that he was not going to be one of those people that would like sell insurance one day. He was in it to win it, and it just makes me happy that I got to come here today and hang out with all of y'all. So, I'm very appreciative. The only thing you need to know about the chapter I'm going to read is that the main protagonist, who was inspired by my grandmother, has a lovely Minagame turtle from a roof of an old countryside house that she had visited when she was young. And so it's like a statue. It's made of like silica, like baked sand, really dark, and it just shows up all through the book. So when that's mentioned, that's what we're talking about here. So I decided to kind of go in and read a little bit further into the book. This is chapter 12. It takes place at Tachikawa Air Base in Tokyo, April 1947. The homes had been built in just over 2 months. The men called it American Village, Phase 1. The wives called it Box City. Each house was a white rectangular prism with a simple roof. Each front door had 3 steps leading to it and a small porch the size of a steamer trunk. There were matching windows, matching bushes, and everything was in neat rows. After the houses are put up, they're going to start on the theater and the swimming pool, the men had said. It'll be real nice, they said. There were already clubs for the officers and the NCOs. One was nicer than the other. Mineko opened the front door and was surprised at how easily it flew open, how flimsy it was compared to how it looked. She left the pram with her sleeping baby outside, sidled up next to the tiny maple tree that had just been planted and that was already looking sickly. The house was empty, hollow, but full of light. And the square window panes, glass. Mineko opened the bathroom door and there was a tiny toilet on which to sit and an enamel sink and a stand-up shower in need of a curtain. The hallway held 2 other doors. One room was slightly bigger than the other and had a high window. The other room was small and still. The floors were green linoleum throughout, and when Mineko squinted, she pretended it was spring grass. She had expected more ladies touring the homes, but back at the picnic grounds, the American ladies stayed in one sticky group like Nato, the few new Japanese wives in another. The husbands were in several groups according to rank, and they had already seen the homes being built, so it was old news to them. Mineko still ached from laboring. She was healing, and her undergarments were lined with gauze. Mineko had wanted solitude with May that morning, just 5 days old, not to attend a picnic, but James refused. So she had wandered off as soon as she found an opportunity. And even though she heard James call her name, she kept walking as she pushed the pram, as if she couldn't hear him, as if the small military band was still playing and not on break. Her baby needed to be fed. She wanted to see these houses. Mineko sat on the porch steps, stretched and spread her legs, the Shih Tzu aching and swollen. She lit a cigarette and blew the smoke away from May. She reached down with a gloved hand and touched her baby's booty feet, then took off the gloves so she could see if May was too warm or too cold. Gloves are stupid, she thought, created for women too scared to touch anything. May's pink socks swallowed her slender feet, a gift from across the sea from a woman named Dimple, who had sent them over without a card. Simple little things, probably took just an evening to make, but stitched with a knowledgeable hand. The lack of any greeting card or note gave Mineko the impression that this Dimple didn't approve of James's new life, but she perhaps had a softness inside her. The gift was more than Mineko's own mother had sent. Mineko peered down the lane, ready to spring up like a squirrel if she saw anyone. Tachikawa Air Base was formerly Tachikawa Airfield. It had been around for many years, originally the Imperial Guard's headquarters for protecting Tokyo, which was due east. Baby May had been born in Tachikawa town in a tiny apartment with a midwife, but as soon as James had heard his daughter had come and was not being seen by a doctor, he arrived and took the baby to the airbase hospital to have her checked out. Coming back a few hours later, the baby simpering for her mother. Because of this visit, May's birth certificate said Tachikawa Air Base. It also said May Cope, typed in fuzzy black letters. You might be a Cope, but I'm still Kamamoto, Mineko said as a beetle landed on her hand she was touching the baby with. James was sly, but Mineko had surmised this the first night she had met him at the little ramen restaurant, which was just an ordering window and two rickety wooden tables outside. He had slid onto the bench seat across from her, along with a buddy who had picked up a little bit of halting, childish Japanese. My friend wants to buy you dinner, the interpreter said. Tell your friend that I'm already clearly eating my dinner. So he says he'll give you money for the dinner you were already eating. The buddy was grinning, a sloppy, youthful smile. Tell him that will not be necessary. Besides, I saw him at my work earlier. I don't accept meals from men who come to my work. The buddy spoke quickly to James, who pursed his lips and then shook his head no. Not him. But Mineko knew he was lying. She had seen him as she delivered the small glasses of beer to the soldiers. She had felt him stare at her back as she counted out change. Even plain girl in Tokyo could get a date with an American if they wanted. In the months since arriving in Tokyo, all sorts of soldiers had tried to buy her dinner. A tall one with buck teeth, a short one who shuffled when he walked, even an older one who had followed her home, calling her Tokyo baby. But this one was almost handsome, with his hat cocked to the side over heavy black eyebrows. Everything about him looked serious. A hard chin, a strained smile, eyes that were small and dark. He was not a large man, only half a foot taller than her, and she looked at his hands, tanned from labor, that sat folded on the table. Mineko stood and returned her bowl to the counter, told the woman to look out for herself, and then began to walk away. Stop! I'm sorry, my friend just wants to talk. He's not a bad man. His name is James. He's from Texas? You know Texas. Place with cows, big hats. Then James, in a fine, clear tenor, sang, give me land, lots of land, under starry skies above. And Mineko, for the first time in many, many months, had smiled. Mineko snubbed out her cigarette and picked up the baby May, who had begun to cry with hunger. She had unbuttoned her blouse and looked around to make sure she was alone, as the American ladies didn't like to see other women's breasts. Not too much, we don't have time, she said, and she squeezed and plopped her nipple into May's open maw. May's latch was forceful and greedy, which made Mineko oddly happy, as if she had created something that wasn't scared to fight for what she needed. Mineko traced the edge of May's hairline with her finger, going behind her baby's tiny ear, noticing a little cradle cap, rough skin beginning to flake off in yellow scales. Oh, my little baby dragon, that's why you have such a strong mouth. Somewhere nearby, she heard a bugle call. James and Mineko didn't go out on dates as much as they met after work at the noodle place. They didn't meet at bars because Mineko was tired of the smell of beer. There wasn't much conversation, as James had only a few Japanese phrases, and Mineko knew only how to count money in English. Mineko never knew when she'd see him, she couldn't plan on it, And many nights, walking home, he wouldn't show up at all. But then, sooner than later, he would be there, out of the darkness, calling her name, guiding her to a cafe by the elbow, speaking English in that funny way of his, slow, steady. At dinner, he'd draw her little pictures of what Mineko understood was his home in Texas. He was good at sketching, something that Mineko tried not to admire. But his house with the tree, the windmill, the barn, the bull with the horns so ridiculously large she thought surely his pen was fibbing, these images were delightful. He never asked her to draw her home, she noted, but a beat later, she thought she never could. After dinner, he'd walk her back. The place she lived was less of an apartment and more of a forgotten cloakroom, 10 Mineko feet by 9 Mineko feet. A few girls from work lived in the same building. It was painted with smoke and had large holes in the roof where fiery bombing debris had gone through it like hail. Mineko straightened out cans, cutting along the tops and bottoms of tin snips, slicing down one side and pounding the cylinder flat to patch the damage. In her room was a mildew-stained futon and vegetable crate for a table, 6 cheap candles, and of course, her minogame, which had traveled with her all this way, heavy against her back in a patched knapsack. Before leaving Konoma, she had visited the turtle house one last time, surprised to see it damaged but still standing. The minogame was in the great room where she had left it, dirty but whole. She had tried to get Fumiko to live with her in the shabby room, but she had offered excuse after excuse, always saying that she was fine where she was. Fumiko was not fine, and Mineko knew this. The burn on her face was well healed by then, leaf-shaped and puckered. No, none of them were truly fine. Little chicken, Mineko would prompt, trying to get her to change her mind. Fumiko would just shake her head. Fumiko never called her monkey anymore. So if it weren't for her turtle, it would have been a hopelessly lonely room. But each night it was waiting for her by her bed. Sometimes she kissed its nose before closing her eyes. Sometimes she fell asleep with her hand draped upon its bushy tail. She hoped that touching it would color her dreams with orange and pink, that for a while she'd be back swimming with him, eating candy in the wobbly gazebo, sugar coating her tongue. Sometimes it worked. Most often, her sleep was dreamless and as black as the room at night. Upon reflection and considering her current situation, she felt that this was perhaps as good as it could be. She got to go night. Besides, was she really here anyway? All of her countrymen and women walking around with dead eyes, just skin-draped ghosts. So when James took her hand one evening after dinner, she let him. That was that. When he lifted her chin gently to kiss her, she let him. When after such a kiss, her eyes drifted to the side in response to a rat scuttling by, and James took his thumb and the side of his pointer finger and pinched the skin over her hip as hard as he could, she let him. Pay attention to me, he said. Act grateful. But Mineko didn't understand him until years later, when her English was much better. So much went with misunderstanding in those years. Without a mirror and with fading candlelight and at an impossible angle, Mineko stretched her head over her shoulder like a crane. She tried to see the bruise James had made on her. I can't see it, so it's not there, Mineko whispered to the minogame. But she could still feel it still, slightly a pulsing ache. Maybe she deserved this pinch. She had eaten orange slices while others were killing innocents without any mercy in her name. Little snippets of these stories were passed around, whispered in shame, and Mineko was beginning to think that it was perhaps just that they had been defeated. And if so, she was getting off lightly. He cracked his knuckles after dinner. He hated making mistakes in his drawings, wadding up the paper with one errant line. He smirked at younger officers' comments on the street, but never truly smiled. He had 2 lines between his eyebrows, like 2 crevices, like the Manchu that stood guard over the path to the turtle house. They deepened and took on shadows and made him look battle-worn and tired. He did not use the swearing words that she had heard the other soldiers use. He gave her his coat once when it rained. He once walked away without her when she let his hand drop. Then, 2 months into meetings, while on the market street looking at the stalls, lanterns casting a reddish glow on all the faces, James pulled a stack of photos from his billfold. Home, he said, and it was just as he had drawn. Land, sky, crooked trees, and cattle. a barn, a wide place in a small creek, a gate with a big crescent-shaped marking on a sign above, along with other marks. Mineko looked at the nameplate on his chest and realized it was his name, Cope. His home was marked with his name. This felt important to her, steady, unchanging. Something shifted inside her. But before she could nod and say good, a dark-dressed man raced past, a purse in his hands, pushing Mineko to the ground. She landed hard and could feel a few sharp stones embedded in the side of her leg and in her palms. Mineko looked up. The crowd parted just so, just in time to see James, now at the end of the street, punching the man. Mineko bounded up and sprinted toward him. In the dancing lamplight, she could see that it wasn't a man whom James was beating, but a boy. One of the homeless who lived in abandoned places. A boy with a soft baby face, now bloodied. A boy who squeezed his eyes shut. A boy who dropped the purse and who then vomited on the purse. A starving boy's vomit. Nothing but rose-colored liquid gushing to the ground. Stop, stop, Mineko said in English. But he did not stop. And no one stopped him because James outranked the men around him. Finally, Mineko managed to pull James away, and he stopped hitting the boy as if he had wanted to stop, dropping his fists as if he were doing nothing at all, turning and walking back to the stall where the onions had started to burn on the flat top, all the people still watching the scene. The boy disappeared. He was so beaten, Mineko didn't know how. Maybe the sidewalk swallowed him. The purse stayed in its place. James ordered some dinner. Mineko, full of the heat of fear, ducked and disappeared into the crowd, walking at first and then running.
Thank you, that's great. I think that boy there might be some crossover. He might be in one of the friends of some people from How to Drown a Boy. The Clara View, Joshua Robbins. Joshua Robbins weaves verse from an arsenal of poetical bobbins. From Jovian prudence to society's prodigal, he urges us to contemplate prayeness of the eschatological. Josh Robbins is the author of Eschatology in Crayon Wax and Praise Nothing, and is the recipient of the James Wright Poetry Award, the New South Prize, and other accolades. He teaches creative writing at the University of the Incarnate Word. Josh is a great guy to share a poem or a pint with, and he just might be the most academic Swiftie in town. Though he is the author of Praise Nothing, I have nothing but praise for Josh and his work. Please welcome Josh Robbins.
Thanks for outing me as a Swiftie Zach.
I'm an Allen.
I never wear a t-shirt to a reading, but I thought I would be like, oh, I'm gonna be a cool San Antonio poet and wear a t-shirt. We'll see if this works. Is that okay? I tend to do this a lot, so. Where's Octavio? There he is. Octavio and I got to San Antonio at the same time. And I think we were the first poets to meet each other after having moved here. And we met for some beers and we talked about Larry Levis and Philip Levine and what it was like in San Antonio and what we were going to do. We talked about our visions for our universities, what we wanted to accomplish. And Octavio, this was not on your list.
It was not.
But it is just a testament to your vision and your ethic and your commitment to building community. Can we give it up for Octavio? So thank you to Octavio and everyone who helped to put the conference together. I'm going to read poems from Eschatology in Crayon Wax, which is for sale over there at the Texas Review Press table. This came out in February. And you know, you try to think, well, what kind of poems am I going to read? And I decided that I would read family poems, and because we're family. So this first poem is called Anniversary. anniversary. Sunday's late afternoon heat strolls the neighborhood's new blacktop and dogs the strays collapsed in playground shade. And whatever mercy found the wren and buckled its orphaned heart beneath the picnic table, where I sit taking in what little breeze comas the live oaks, draws out laughter from back porches surrounding the park. Soon evening will arrive with its darkening refrain of malt liquor and stars, wafts of agave blooms and marijuana, all the particulars that give me reason to sing, even though this year was yet another call without response from the other world. What I pray is beyond this dust, a descant of clear light and purpose where the body crescendos into the unknowable. What keeps me yearning? What keeps you here in this world of torn light and my excuses? I want to tell you I'm afraid things do not go on this way. Waking too early, driving to work, and later chopping onions, some wine, soft music to dance to as the hardwood creaks and our toddler sleeps in the next room, dreaming a familiar melody neither of us will ever hear. I want to tell you I'm afraid of grave walls, how I didn't run yesterday, that I'm afraid I don't love you enough. I know about the small bills stashed in your favorite books, that you awake one morning when the sun's minor salvations seem just enough and more than what I can give you. What if I've been here all along, singing to the same God that is not the same God, asking for water, for wings to rise, singing, please? I thought by now I'd have something more to say. Above the rooftops, Norteño tunes rise and drift on through July. What I want is to hear you call me home. Listen, I'm afraid there is no other world. I'm afraid this will never be enough. Thank you. This is after miscarriage. 10 o'clock, and the just closed big box sign's electric glow still bathes the lot's white parking stripes a sickly pink. Not unlike the inexplicable buttonweed blooming out of the accumulated mix of shoppers' detritus and autumn's sporadic runoff. Its sediment collected outside the culvert's forever hollow maw, above which this strip mall sleeps, dreaming, if it does, of balance transfers and point-of-sale withdrawals. And every choice has a cost. And maybe if I'd listened, rushed you to emergency, something there, someone to stop your bleeding. And maybe if I stand here long enough for an accumulation of dust to gather on the windshields of every parked minivan and family wagon, maybe I'd have enough to shape some bleak meaning out of your loss. Restore to your mouth the name you repeated through clenched teeth as I drove you too little, too late. And the possibility of saving it became a darkness over the city streets and blind to my useless hand in yours. Thanks. This is called Held Up. Taped up hearts, red as ivy gauze blooms, burst behind the new credit union's street-side plate glass reflections of hoppers hauling coal and twisted scrap south toward Laredo's rail yards. And I'm first at the gate's gravelly edge, high-strung, prepping grief, held up, hustling back to the Methodist NICU, where my newborn son screams or sleeps, bound down by tangled tubes, his mother's ever-steady and exhausted hands. Nothing to do now but wait, count cars, inventory the night bag I rush to pack for her, cotton panties, hoodie, her mother-of-pearl earrings from the bedside. The new toothbrush I forgot. After the second shot, I knocked back and left to water stain the day's mail. Past dues and pre-approved credit offers, grocery coupons, a direct mail sweepstakes scratcher. Everyone's a winner. Think of anything else, I tell myself. The tight blue scrubs of the overnight nurse. Scuffed light pooled on the linoleum outside the ward's newly empty room. That childhood cartoon villain twirling his paternalistic black mustache as the engine steams closer. Last night, I watched a family on our floor pass around a newborn's unhooked and swaddled body. No cry. Inside the room, muffled wails as the abuelas in the hall swayed whispered songs in Spanish, placed the child into the father's stoic arms. He crouched there, deliberate, set his sweat-stained straw hat on the floor, then stood, then raised the still fragment of all he'd lost up toward the momentarily silent speakers. In the near distance, a train blared. His boots' chrome tips flashed and did not move. I walked back to our room, my heart chair. This is maybe a little bit lighter, I hope. Declining the angel. On the turn lane median between CVS and Jack in the Box, he watches for the traffic signals turn. In his box, green crosses and hand-woven rosettes, palm-sized angels twisted into shape from plucked palm fronds. A few commuters wave small bills held out the driver's side. Most just wait on green. I held the man for nothing in my arms, I think, and draw ashtray change into his hand. I decline the angel. Keep the change, I mutter, mindless quip, which is why the meek shall eat the rich. From the back seat, I hear, "Daddy, we did that because we're rich." And before I can launch my pious litany about why the new insurance won't pay Mom's labs, the bills stacking up, how the new light-up shoes he's so damn proud of were gifted secondhand, we pull forward. "Bye, sir," he smiles, waving his two empty hands. I'll read this one and then see how we are for time. This is called Philomela in Texas. Festooned in tangled plumes of cast-off silks and costume jewels pilfered from the pile of my wife's closet's fall cleaning, my son dervishes the hardwood in a frayed tunic destined for the second hand, then slides sock feet to the window of the front room where all morning I've been trying to read about the nightingale's hush, the timid king of Athens, Philomella's tongue writhing in the dirt. It's Saturday, homecoming, and he's watching begrudged neighborhood high schoolers sleepily practice run the afternoon's parade. Down our street, a flotilla of diesel growling pickups cruises hot asphalt. Crepe paper streamers rippling off side mirrors and tow hitches, piloted by boys slunk low as their regally chiffoned counterparts balance shaky heels on the bed's jerking steel. But I'm the queen of Texas, he declares to me, 5 years old, his left hip thrust out and right hand raised monarchical. Over his shoulder, a mockingbird scissors the too soon humidity. Harvest ants from the dead St. Augustine runners near the base of the barren pecan. Then hops down to bathe in storm drain backwash, wings outspread as if to shed a self not itself. I remember his face that one morning, his first word, bird, as a fist-sized juvenile preened in the gutter dust. What I grasp of fatherhood is always less than what I thought. He is innocent and radiant in his mother's clothes. If I could, I'd eat him piece by piece. I'm not sure how, I think we got off on time a little bit. How much time do we have?
How about one more poem?
One more poem?
Yeah. I lost track myself.
All right. So do a long one?
Yeah.
This is called Rope Swing, and it's in response to Vincent Valdez painting, Strange Fruit, which I'm sure you know that series, and then also just our first encounter with San Antonio, and my son, we had a rope swing in the house we rented. He pulled open the rope and he said, "Look, Dad, it's a door." And it was such the perfect metaphor for us crossing into this new life in San Antonio. Rope swing. When my son said, "Daddy, this rope is a door," and the pecan's sickled leaves silvered green above the highest branch, the one I reached only the day before, teetering atop the topmost rung of a borrowed ladder to tie a knot as baffling to me as a Texas breeze on certain mornings, like those when a 3-year-old's metaphor hangs in the air suspended by nothing. I knew I must move through the narrow space leveraged there by his tiny body. There was no way to know when the beauty he opened would close. And in the same moment, I remembered my friend in high school who had no rope, and so wrenched together wire hangers stolen from his father's closet. He had enough to fashion a loose noose around his neck, hang it from a park bathroom stall door frame. I swore I would never tell. His attempt failed, and now the failure of my promise hangs from the end of the Y at the end of his name, and swings like a rope across this page. It sounds that unanswerable question. In the door we all must enter, if you believe there are answers, if you believe there are questions. When asked why he paints only the anonymous bodies and not the rope that hang them, the artist at the downtown gallery opening said, "The absence of a noose is the threat of a noose." And so each man floats against a blank canvas, caught in an erased instant, as if struggling to keep in focus, as each contortion's unwritten history opens a truth of which I know nothing, and cannot enter, the impossible facts of their body. And so how can I refuse to write this? Before he tried himself, he took me to the same park to see where they'd found a man hanged from a red oak. And man, he said, around his neck was like this rope of blood. Soon after, we watched the fog's white hands descend over the police, the dispersing crowds. Where we went after, I don't remember. If beauty is truth and so on, and if God exists at all, it will not be found in these whispers of graphite pressed and moved slowly across this page. Because no matter its curve or closed loop, a letter is not like a rope. It is not a noose. Even the idea of it, blood rope, written down, is nothing compared to the sound of fibers stretched taut by a man's weight. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Clear if you, Kim Garza. Kim Garza writes about the stuff that scars you. From hurricanes to migration, Carly to Magdalena, the last Barranquillas is undoubtedly a winner. Dr. Kimberly Garza is the Associate Professor of Creative Writing and Literature at the University of Texas at San Antonio. Her work has appeared all over the place, including Copper Nickel, Barco del Sol, Creative Nonfiction, and Tri-Quarterly. A San Antonio resident by way of Uvalde and Galveston, she is the author of the aforementioned The Last Barranquillas. As a former student and current friend, it is an honor to introduce you to Dr. Kimberly Garza.
Thank you, Zach. Yes, still, I have access to your grades, so I'm glad that was nice. Yeah, thank you, Octavio, thank you, Carter, thank you everyone who put this together. I'm very honored. This is my first time at VersoFrontera, and I feel good. Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna come up on Jay's record. I'm gonna have to be invited back like 5 more times. I'm going to read a little bit from the novel, which I'm very grateful is here at the University Bookstore table. It's called The Last Barranquillas. It's a novel in stories. It was published in 2022, and it really centers on the individual lives of a group of people who are in a neighborhood on Galveston Island, Texas, and it focuses on their lives before and after Hurricane Ike arrives in 2008. And the title comes from it's an ensemble cast, but kind of the central character is this young woman named Carly, who's grown up on Galveston, and she's been raised by her grandmother, Magdalena, who has taught her to believe that they are descendants of the Karankawa people. Carly took 7th grade Texas history, just like I did, and was mistakenly taught that the Karankawa are extinct. We know that they are not now, and they are fighting for visibility. But this is something that's really spoken to her and to her grandmother as the kind of only members of their family and their ties to Galveston and to Texas. So I'm going to read the second chapter of the book, which is very short, and it is from Carly's perspective. It tackles Carly's point of view. And it's at a pivotal moment in her life. She's an adult later in the book, but this is Carly as a teen. And that kind of seminal Texas moment of learning to drive. So this is called Ignition. She isn't sure what triggers it, why her bubbling anger geysers up and out. At first, the fight is all noise. Carly screaming, "I'm going and you can't stop me." Her grandmother hollering back, "You're not going anywhere, ¿me entiendes?" Their voices spiraling in a shrill kind of harmony. "Yes, I am." "No, you're not." But then something cracks behind Carly's eyes. She leans in close, so close she spots a streak of Pond's cold cream still white on Magdalena's jaw, breathes in the Vicks Magdalena smears nightly on her chest, its sharp smell pricking her lungs. And she hisses, "Do not tell me what I can or can't do." For that one electric moment, Carly feels infinite. Flames ignite deep in her breast. The words spill like golden smoke between her lips. A woman, she is a woman now, after all, and will claim her own power. But no sooner have the words left her lips than they are replaced with a gasp. Her grandmother's palm popping hard against her mouth, quick as lightning from a blue Galveston sky.
It isn't so much the force of the smack, but the shock that snaps Carly's head back. Magdalena has not struck her in 3 years, not since she was 12, grounded from going with the other junior high cheerleaders to Moody Gardens for the day because she made a C on a social studies test. And she stomped her foot in the doorway of Magdalena's bedroom, declaring, "My real mom would love me enough to let me go." The slap she earned that day still reverberates in her muscles on occasion when they drive past the apartments on holiday where she knows her parents had once lived, but Magdalena now looks purposefully straight ahead. Or when she catches Mrs. Suwayan or any of the other Filipina ladies at Sacred Heart watching her during Mass with faces like scales, weighing her against the woman they once knew, but of whom Carly has only cobweb shreds of memory. But this has nothing to do with her mother, not this time. She simply wants to borrow the car and drive herself to Katy, where Jess is playing in a summer baseball league that his mom insisted he do to keep his skills up during the off season. And maybe she only has a learner's permit, but hasn't she been driving for nearly a year all over the island and even into the Bay Area a couple times? Can't she be trusted with this quick trip up for the morning game, bringing the car back before Magdalena's Saturday shift at the school library is over? She makes her case, her voice calm, that won't last long, and she smiles hopefully. "So can I, Grandma?" But her grandmother snorts. "A game? So vas a ir an hour away through the city for a game? Because you can't watch Jesus Maria play any day of the week right here?" She laughs and shakes her head, making Carly seethe with the injustice of it. And then the fight, their voices rising and falling, the slap that ends it. As if Magdalena were not a rebel herself. Carly knows her grandmother's independence like no one else. Her "no me digas que no," a famous refrain around Fish Village. And here Carly tries to show her own, yet earns nothing but a smack on the mouth. There must be pride in there somewhere, Carly thinks, as she huffs and turns away, her lips smarting, listening to her grandmother call, "You're not going because I said so, y se acabó," through the slammed door. Somewhere deep down, doesn't she feel approval for her granddaughter's grit? Doesn't she marvel? So the next morning, Carly steals the car. But steal is a strong word, really, as she insists later that evening loudly over Magdalena's howls for what essentially amounts to slipping the spare key off of its hook and coaxing Hector to give her a ride across the island to where the Harris Elementary staff parking lot sits nearly empty, except for her grandmother's Grand Marquis, and a handful of other cars belonging to the janitorial staff and library assistants preparing for the start of summer school. Then unlocking the Grand Marquis with shaking hands and sliding into the driver's seat, adjusting the mirrors, easing out of the parking lot onto Broadway, heart jackhammering against her ribs with exhilaration and fear. She feels the slaps already. Hears the scolding and screaming she will be in for tonight, but still she believes that Magdalena will admire her spirit. How can she not, when it is hers? The one she gave Carly, the one she fostered when both parents cast her off. And even though Jess's team will lose the game, despite him going 3 for 4 and snagging a line drive on a diving catch worthy of Sports Center, and afterwards, under the bleachers, as he tangles his hands in her hair and she presses against his sweat-stained uniform when she confesses about the car, and he laughs so hard he almost collapses, telling her, "You're gonna be in so much shit, babe, I don't know if this was worth it." She knows he is wrong. It is worth it. Not his game, not him, but the drive. Pushing down the gas pedal, on, climbing the causeway with Galveston Bay glinting gray and green beneath her, forward, 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 the hot air whipping her hair, fingers clenched around the wheel, please, please, please. Drivers zooming past and changing lanes at light speed without a care, as she sings along loudly with 97.9's Hour of Tupac to drown out the fear burbling in her throat, focusing instead on the delight, the joy of the road ribboning beneath her and unfurling in the rearview mirror into familiar shapes, with nothing she recognizes up ahead. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to take a page from some of my fellow readers' book and read something very new that I haven't read yet. And this is 2 paragraphs from from my next book that I'm currently revising right now. And it is about two sisters who've grown up in Uvalde, which is my hometown. And after the death of their mother, they've sort of lost touch with each other. One sister has stayed in Uvalde. She's a medical doctor and practices there. The other sister, who is the character of this excerpt, is the elder sister, and she's sort of wayward, moved around a lot, and has wound up in Brisbane, Australia, because she followed a guy. The classic failed romance story. And in this section, she is reflecting back on that failed romance and sort of what's happened to her family in the aftermath of her mother's loss. So I'll end with this. Oh, and you should know, the character's name is Mari. Ian's smile had been the first thing she noticed about him. One crooked tooth, a canine on the left that made him appear slightly sinister. That drew her. It startled her that it did. Plus, he was so tanned for a white guy, even in winter, in the Austin bar where people played sand volleyball outside year-round because in Austin they could. Aussies, it was called, for fuck's sake. He was playing 2-on-2 with another pair of men, and when his partner set him up for a spike, Ian seemed to stretch 4 more feet. Madi was watching from a nearby stool, her girlfriend's chattering as he leaped and arced like a gazelle, brought one skinny arm down. The pink and white ball hit a gap between the other team. The nearest opponent couldn't do anything but stretch one fist out to make desperate contact. Sand flew in his face and he coughed and spit, and Ian smiled. Though Madi was still too far to see the crooked tooth, she caught something in his smile that spoiled it. Something like a mustache sneer or the twirl of a black cape. Her gaze stayed fixed to him as he and his partner won the game. When he went to the bar to get water, she met him there and offered to share her pitcher of Shiner. In her bed a few hours later, she wanted to bite that smile but thought he might find it strange, so she settled for the corners of his lips, a scruffy patch on the left side of his chin. She sank her own teeth in. Her mother, 2 years in the ground, hours away in Hillcrest Cemetery in Uvalde. The day before, her father had moved into his new home, away from Uvalde, back in the valley. For the weeks he had lived there, looked for a new place, he had sent photos of himself with his friends, her uncles or her aunts, and a woman. This woman with long dark hair and red lipstick, dangly gold hoops, was Alicia, George's new girlfriend, or his old girlfriend, depending on how you looked at it, and Madi refused to either way. So many pictures yesterday sent to her and Hannah, photos of him and Alicia smiling. Alicia wearing a Hannah High School baseball cap, the two of them toasting with bottles of Modelo, their families and friends as they sat on folding chairs on a wide front porch, the brush and the palm trees of the valley behind them. He had sent photos, texts, "I love you girls, come visit, I have a room for you whenever," but Madi had ignored them all, gotten lights out drunk on West 6th instead. She was nursing the hangover and the heartache when she met her girlfriends at Aussie's. Ian was 33, her own age, from Brisbane. She didn't recognize it as Australia until he said he was 12 hours from Sydney. Great Barrier Reef, she said, listing what she knew about Australia on the fingers of one hand while he laughed. Opera House, kangaroos, Steve Irwin. He was visiting the US with mates after separating with his wife, and they wanted to cheer him up. They'd heard about Austin, of course. They wanted to try barbecue and breakfast tacos. Madi snickered when she heard they'd stood in line for Franklin's, as all tourists did. She told him how her father could make brisket so tender it seemed to melt into the paper plate, with a bark black and crispy as mesquite crumbles. But when Ian said he'd gone to Torchy's for tacos, she made him get up, pull his sweatpants on. She drove him an hour and a half south on 35, where she pulled onto a random exit on San Antonio's south side and drove until she found any taqueria sign. It took 2 minutes. He ate 4, chorizo and egg, sausage and egg, bean and cheese, and nopalito and egg on homemade tortillas de harina that left soft drifts of flour on their hands. She had barbacoa with a big red and let him taste them both, and he nearly wept. She did too, remembering her sister Hannah gulping Big Red in high school like it was going extinct, and their mom spitting it out the first time they had her try it, the 3 of them taking turns to spit out the soda the farthest and laughing, laughing. It should have been a fling, Madi knew. It had all the makings of it. Ian was from abroad, he was traveling, international vacation, he was lonely, and though she denied it at the time, she was too. When his pals went on to Marfa and Big Bend, he stayed in Austin with her. She was on winter break at the nonprofit where she taught a few after-school poetry classes for kids. She drove him to Fredericksburg, to Enchanted Rock, to Lockhart to try her favorite barbecue after the Maldonado men's. They made love like teenagers, like they couldn't get enough contact. Skin to skin was still too much of a barrier. He held her in a way she didn't know she wanted to be held. He cradled her and she felt cherished. "This is something," he whispered to her once as she lay beneath him. He lifted her face and framed it between his palms, not calloused but smooth. The hands of an Australian businessman, not a roughneck or a ball player or a Texas man trying to live up to any notion of a man. "This is real." The words "I love you" caught in her throat, but she strangled them there. She booked plane tickets with him the next day. New York City, Boston, Philadelphia. From there they would have a week in London, then Paris, Rome. He had always wanted to go, was taking the opportunity now to do a transatlantic tour. She had already taken sabbatical from her MFA, withdrawn from the nonprofit poetry classes she was signed on for during the spring. She brought her laptop, planning to write as they traveled, reached out to her typical travel mag contacts with pitches. She would make this work, she swore. She followed him, already knowing how this would end, how it must. She felt the drawing clouds. Something Madi and her mother always had in common, the pessimism. If it can go wrong, it will. It will. Thank y'all so much.
Right, thank you, Kim. Then there was one. This is the first time, well, yeah, the first time I've ever been asked to do an interpretive dance for a reader. So while I'm doing that, I'm going to take a page from Irene and force people to do stuff. If you haven't followed Verso on Instagram yet, pull out your phone and do that while I do an interpretive dance. And also go. But I can do a little better than this, I think. And buy all the books, lighten the load, and give them to your friends and family. And yeah, up next. Angelina Signs, clarity. Angelina Signs knows how to tingle spines. Of all delinquent nerd poets, no one can best her. Ella es la maestra. Angelina Signs is an award-winning educator, author, and time manager / strategist. Shout out to those trash Tuesday faculty meetings that allowed her 2 hours each week in which to write. As a fellow educator, I too have used fruitless faculty meetings to get some writing in. This year she was selected as a finalist for the City of Los Angeles Cultural Olympiad. And she'll be participating in events leading up to the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games in LA. Her collection, Maestro, one of my personal favorites, explores life in and outside the classroom. In the poem Second Hour, she writes, "The teacher peeks her head into my room. Hey, do you know what the fuck we're supposed to be doing right now?" Angelina does know, and she does it well. I'm thinking of using her poem Teacher in my bio signature line in my work email now, so all the parents know what we're doing. But please welcome to the stage our last reader, Angelina Signs.
Thank you so much, Zach. Wow, that was an awesome intro. Uh-oh, I'm already tearing shit up. Okay. All right, buenas tardes. Thank you to everybody, especially the folks who have been here since like 11:45. That's so amazing. I'm really happy to be here. I'm from LA, California, specifically from downtown LA. And something that I want to say is I grew up in a very brutal urban landscape. And, you know, like in a visceral sense, the community that I grew up in, there was hunger. Like children and grown-ups were hungry. There was tremendous poverty, violence, addiction, incarceration, police brutality, you know, so many dropouts. My best friend is 52 years old and still will not take the GED because she's so alienated from learning and as a learner. And I'm like, I will sign you up for the GED, I will tutor you.
You know, we grew up in the exact same place. I have 2 master's degrees. I'm working on my PhD, but my people are still where they are because of the circumstances that we grew up in. I couldn't articulate all of that when I was growing up. In the midst of all of that madness, though, and something that I want to really honor in my adult life was the love that was in my community. Nikki Giovanni wrote something along the lines, I think it's called Black Love. They will like something along the lines of they will look at our history and our community and judge us, but what they don't know is that there was so much love, right? And that's how I feel about my community and my upbringing. And I feel like my work is really an homage to and a testament to our creativity and our resourcefulness and our survival. And it is a denunciation of the conditions that really attempt to keep Latine as permanent second-class citizens in this country. So thank you. So the first poem I'm going to read is from my first book called Edgecliff. And my mom used to take us to Tepic, Nayarit, Mexico every summer. And it's really weird because we were so poor and miserable in LA, but I felt like going to Mexico was so backwards, and I was like, why are you taking us there? And I was so miserable, but I mean, why? Because every time I went, there was so much food, and everybody was so nice. It was just amazing. But as a kid, I was such a brat. And then now, as a grown-up, I miss it, and I go back as often as I can. I'm so thankful my mother forced us to do that, and now that I'm a mom, I force my kids to do things that they're like, why? And I'm like, you will thank me one day. So something that I love is humidity, contrary to what people think, and you know, are like, how? And I'm like, I live for it, I love it. So every time I come to San Antonio, I'm like, yes, as soon as I get out of the airport, I'm like, bring it, bring it. And then I told Jen the other night, I was like, I'm in Mexico. She's like, no, you're not. Cabrona, you're in San Antonio. I was like, no. So this poem is called Humidity Transports Me. To musty brick homes along dusty roads, moist sunrise rooster calls, ragged dogs roaming on roofs. To Tepic, Nayarit. Neighbors in my tia's living room tiendita call, quiero. I turn in stinky sheets dried on rainy clothesline, muffled kitchen voices and clinking of dishes, chancla shuffles on concrete floor, and fans' soft whir ease me into waking hours. My uncle paces in and out a floral curtained doorway, judging my lazy Yankee ass for still being in bed at 6 a.m. Sidewalk broom bristles to dark men in thin button-up shirts and sooty slacks, cracked feet in worn huaraches and calloused hands, load up triciclos de carga, elote, helados, tamales, frutas, flores. Unforgiving tropical sun angrily shines on walk along uneven cobblestone street. Human mass on the bus radiates moisture. The deaf and mute guitarist who has memorized death climbs up rusty stairs plays random strings and screams from the top of his lungs into my hot ears. Helado de limón nos refresca en la sombra de los guayabos en la plaza central. Nos subimos a un taxi, ventanas medias abiertas, nubladas por la humedad. Humedad, parallel dimension. And I'm not talking about damp. I'm not talking about Seattle, San Sebastian, San Francisco. I'm talking about tropical humidity. When it is not humid, my feet are on the ground. I am working, mothering, writing, hustling. But this morning, I am waterside in Miami. The mist crawls across the ocean as humidity wraps my heart in banana leaves.
So I don't know if anyone here saw the movie Florida Project, but like that was my childhood. And I was like, oh my God, it's so amazing. But this reminds me of that. You on our dirty ass couch, glass of water and your muumuu dress gathered between your legs, comb and a shitload of rollers off to the side. The front door is wide open as Don Cornelius serenades introduction of the SOS band. You know you ought to slow down. You've been working too hard and that's a fact. You part sections of your hair with precision, no mirror. Dip your comb into the water. Bring up a whole section like a tidal wave. Bring the whole thing down snug against your scalp. Take some time to laugh and smile. Neighbors come in and out with their coffee mugs. You shake the comb high in the air, finger popping between your tasks until your whole head is covered in pink sponges. So let me see who my people are in this audience. This one is called Don't Break or Scratch Those Cabrona. Sitting on the filthy rug of our apartment, touching your vinyl for the first time. Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, Mary Wells and Teddy Pendergrass, the Shirelles and the Manhattans. If you don't know me by now. Okay, we're on track here. We're on track. Well, I've got
2 tickets for that.
2 lovers. It's my party. And I'll cry if I want to. Looks like another love TKO. This is dedicated to one island. Dry your eyes. There is no need to cry. Sad girl, you look so sad. Did he break your heart? I am memorizing the lyrics to the soundtrack of our lives. I did an MFA. And this is called Dear Professors, All of You Fuckers. Thank you for your email stating how disappointed you are in me and your workshop notes about how you don't see poetry in my poetry. I wrote you back requesting a meeting, and in that meeting I explained I'm a single mom, I've never studied literature, I have homeless family members living with me, I do all my writing between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. when my children are asleep, I teach kindergarten all day and then commute to you 2 hours, that my son is suicidal, that I am broke, that I am a first-gen college student, that I have to talk myself out of dropping out every day, that my toxic family dynamics still are a part of my life, that I've had kidney infections and my hair is falling out since I started your program, that you add trauma to my trauma when you nonchalantly talk shit about my work, which is the story of my people, of my mother, of my ancestors, of the kids that I grew up with who ended up murdered in prison or on drugs, of my perpetual grief, and that whatever I give you is an offering of my life and sacrifice. You just look at me from across the table with your stupid face and say, how would I know all that? So my second book, Maestra, is a collection of 23 years of poems that I wrote as a classroom teacher. And the thing about, and I think this might be true for all of us in the room who have PTSD, is that when we're teaching K through 16, we keep re-traumatizing ourselves because our students are going through what we went through, right? And we're constantly negotiating that. So this is called Happy New Year, Welcome Back to Kindergarten. What happened to you? I broke my thumb and fractured my hand. Wow, how did that happen? I was visiting my dad in jail. The steel door closed on my hand. I have a note. I can't play outside until February. I have to go to the office at recess and lunch. Well, I'm glad to see you. Put your backpack away and come sit on the rug. Will you read us a story? Yes. Can you please read the story about the hedgehog who thinks the acorn is his baby? Of course. I sent a message to a parent yesterday. Good morning, your child has not returned their book bags with my 2 books. Please return it tomorrow. If it is not returned tomorrow, lost, you will have to pay $10 per book and your child will no longer take books home. Thank you. After, I thought about if my mom would have received that message. She probably would have, 1, not read it, 2, told the teacher to fuck off, 3, kicked my ass for not having the bag, 4, made a toast with an old English to the asshole teacher and her asshole message. But she would have made no effort to find the bag or pay $10 per book. Sometimes when I write to the parents of my students, I forget where I come from. Eating chalupa with my 2nd grade students in the cafeteria. A colleague runs in, signs, the police have your brother at the entrance. I sprint toward the office, find my little brother in the hallway, hands up against the wall, and an officer trying to force him outside. Sin pensar, I run straight to them, like lightning grab my little brother, who was 20 at the time, and begin to scream at the officers from the top of my lungs, my voice a lava rage. I want to incinerate them. My principal, the office staff, and other teachers come out. The officers said that my brother fit the description of someone they were looking for. And since he was running into the school, they came after him. I told them he was running into the school to pick up paperwork to be a teacher assistant because he wanted to catch the bus that was turning around to stop ahead and coming right back, you fucking assholes. I'm sobbing at this point. My brother is sitting in the office. My principal asks the police to leave. I can't get myself together, so they disperse my class and send me home. I ask someone to escort us to the car because the police are still out front. We drive home crying. I sleep for the rest of the day. And part of that is in Edgecliff, my mother was beat up by the Los Angeles Police Department, so there's conversations. It's interesting, I didn't plan on it, but these books are like in conversation with each other, but you know, somebody might be like, calm down. I don't know what folks are thinking, but you know, we have trauma with the police in our families, so any interaction with them, it's just like 3 or 4 layers of something. This is the last one I'll read from this book, and then I just have 2 more. So my younger son did a little community service tutoring thing at one of the schools in the neighborhood. Allende volunteers to tutor at an elementary school. Mama, I feel so bad for the boy I'm tutoring. He can't get up until he finishes his homework, and he never does his homework. What grade is he in? Kindergarten. What is his homework? Tracing. How many pages? 4. I wouldn't want to be 5 and trace 4 fucking pages of bullshit. I know, Mama. So I do a tracing race with him, and then he finishes and goes to play. That's called saving a brown boy's life, Nico. So these are my last two poems, and the day I welcomed my grandmothers. My grandmothers were a stain on my memory. They caused so much harm, created pathological scars through abandonment, physical abuse, and rejection. Pain that my parents passed on to me. I had nothing to say when they died. Good riddance is what I honestly felt. But during morning prayers, a voice whispered, "Add your abuela's photographs to your muertos altar." I didn't want to. They don't deserve to be remembered. I printed their photographs, looked closely at their faces. Rio Grande Valley leather skin, Nayarit mud stare, embodying centuries of colonialism and misogyny, and I cried. For the first time, I cried for my abuelas. I will let them out of this dungeon in my heart and allow them to walk with me, the two Marias. And so this last poem is for the Palestinian people. I have absolutely no words for the situation, and contrary, I constantly am seeing is people who are not saying anything being denounced. How dare you not say anything, and nobody is saying anything. But I am a witness that in private, people tell me that they are destroyed by what is happening in Gaza. And so I've told my friends who feel outraged that people aren't speaking up, I'm saying, people tell me that it's just, they're devastated. This is called Good Night Moon. Good night, moon. Good night, platoon. Good night, baby, whose feet are trapped in the rubble. Good night, never-ending trouble. Good night, clocks ticking on bombs. Good night, burns on my palms. Good night, pancaked house. Good night, rashes and louse. Good night, cart carrying all my family's belongings. Good night, my hope and longing. Good night, blackout and no water. Good night, my disappeared father. Good night, stars. Good night, guitars. Good night, drone explorer. Good night, horror. Good night, all the witnesses who think it's none of your businesses. Good night. Thank you.
Is that it? Well, we have come to the end once again. It feels so good to put this together and be here at this moment saying the words that I'm saying. You know, it takes a lot of work, a lot of patience, a lot of logistics, and I'm just happy that this is our 4th year going at it, and it's just going to get better and better, I hope. I want to thank everybody once again, and somebody earlier suggested that I end the afternoon by reading one of my poems. Even though I will be reading tonight, once again, at the Dakota Ice House at 7 p.m. And I'll be dropping some new poems from my notebook. I'm going to read one from my notebook, even though I have a brand new book out there. But I think it's a poem. I've been writing a lot of, I really love poems that are about poems and about, you know, self-referential and ars poetica and stuff like that. So I've been writing quite a bit of those set poems, and I think this is kind of fitting to end the festival. It's untitled. By the end of this poem, nothing significant will happen to me or to you. I will read it, and you will listen. And looking at me read, you will wonder how the words look on the page. Wonder about where exactly in my utterance I break the line. I want to earn your trust as you listen to me trying to get out of my own poem, the one I am reading to you now, and that has not yet reminded you of suffering. There is no lesson here, just you and I trying to touch the core of our marrow. You by listening, and I by the failure to confirm that you are. Thank you, VersoFrontera. See you next year.
We talked about
Are you leaving? No, I'm gonna. Oh, you're so